Good morning. Good morning. Hey, good morning. Namaste, Laura. Good morning. Good morning, everyone. Good morning. Hey, testing. Okay, great.
1, 2, 1, 2. 2, 1, 2. Testing 2, 1, 2. 2, 1, 2. 2, 1, 2. Testing 2, 1, 2. Two, two, one, two.
Good morning.
Hello, good morning.
Good evening. Hey,
Two,
Carol.
one, two.
Carol. Morning. Good evening. Good
Mono Pet.
afternoon.
Hey, Cairo. Hey,
Good
Cairo.
morning. I come from St. James, so you mute it back. Mute it.
mean a plant? Yeah, we always prepare to receive plants. You mean this one behind me? The one behind me? Good morning, good morning, good morning. Welcome all. Welcome back. We had a fascinating session yesterday. Um, Mind expanding. They say knowledge is the only true mind expanding drug. And yesterday we looked at African spirituality on the continent and African spirituality, its different manifestations in the Caribbean. And of course, the temptation yesterday was to compare the expressions of African spirituality between the continent and the Americas. And today we continue on that particular aspect, that theme. In full this time, we are going to look today at this morning session at the diasporic spiritual innovations in African continental traditions. And with us, we have three excellent presenters online. First, we have Dr. Yannick Hume, who is a senior lecturer at the University of the West Indies in the Department of Cultural Studies, who has an incredibly wide understanding of African spiritual expressions across the Americas, and is herself initiated into the Cuban traditions, Palo, and Orisha work. Then we have Sifewe Baleka. Sifewe Baleka is an American thinker. Sifewe is known for his connection to the Balanta people, having had his DNA genealogy identify him as a descendant of the Balanta people of Guinea-Bissau, and this has helped to drive his energy as a global African a reparations specialist. And we have Vernon Rex Archibald Taylor. Rex Taylor Jr. is Babalawo. He is Panamanian born, Olowu Babalawo Oya, with 50 years in the Yoruba tradition. And for the past 25 years, he's been connected with the Iles in Nigeria. So all online, welcome all, and it's a privilege to have you. Yeah, okay. So let's start with Sifewe Baleka in the States. Again, Sifewe was connected to the Balanta people, and in the United States, he's really known for his athletics and contribution to fitness for truckers and swimming in helping to develop this among the Africans and other people in the United States. Go ahead, sir.
Abene, that is thank you in my Bolanta mother tongue. Can you hear me okay?
Absolutely.
All right, perfect. So perfect greetings to everyone. Right now, at this very moment, I am in a village in Guinea-Bissau. And it is the Balanta village of my wife. We are in the process of nuptial negotiations. So I just wanted to give some context that right now I'm literally, if marriage is a holy sacrament of some sort, me being the first to return and get citizenship here and to go through this marriage process, it just so happens that my wife is the daughter of the first and only Balanta president of Guinea-Bissau. So I am in the midst of creating some innovations in the traditions here in West Africa in this regard, because we are having to make some alterations because of the unique circumstances, it being the first time that a Balanta who has returned after generations of captivity has returned to the village and taken a wife. So I think that this is apropos to the theme today. My understanding is we're talking about the African diaspora spiritual innovations to the continent. I'm going to very briefly take an interesting way to begin talking about this by actually going to science first. So we all know that the foundation of our physical existence is our DNA, our genetics, right? It is through the blood, the breath, and the DNA that we are able to have a body that houses our spirit, through which we are used as a vessel to act in the world and to have experiences. So scientists today have shown that African people have the most diverse genetic makeup. In fact, if you take one group of people, say from Cameroon, and another group of people, let's say Zimbabwe, right? They are more genetically diverse than an Anglo-Saxon is to a Japanese. And that is because the out of Africa migration, those that migrated out of Africa carried a small subset of the African DNA, which then reproduced in that area. So they are much less diverse. Now, why is this important? It is important because science through epigenetics talks about how the DNA is encoded with information from the environment. Okay? We are in constant communication with the environment. When you put this together, right, epigenetics in DNA, particularly through the limbic system of the brain, is what is the foundation of all of our behavior. Now, what we have learned recently is that Afro-descendant people, those people whose ancestors were taken from the continent and enslaved in the Americas, have the most and a unique DNA because of the unnatural admixture of so many different parts of Africa because of the experience. And then, because we survived the gravest crime against humanity, that means information is encoded in this most unique Pan-African DNA that exists nowhere else in the world. And since that is the foundation of all behavior, that means that at least on this material basis, we have a solid foundation for saying that what we say, what we have done over generations, right, that I would label as Pan-African spirituality is the greatest innovation and contribution. And the fact that right now we are living at the biggest Back to Africa movement in history. More people are returning from the diaspora back to their homelands now than ever before. That's driven because of DNA testing is allowing people like me to identify who are their paternal ancestors and who are their maternal ancestors. And we are going to those places. For example, without such knowledge, it is unlikely I would ever have returned to Guinea-Bissau. They were colonized by the Portuguese. I speak English, right? I didn't learn anything about Guinea-Bissau in my formal schooling. I didn't learn anything about Amilcar Cabral until much later in my life. So the odds of me actually choosing this place in Africa is very remote, except for, no, I found out I have blood ancestral lineage, and that is why I came. And so lots of people, over 800,000, close to 1 million people have now taken this test and identified either the maternal or paternal lineage, and now have a deep bond, a motivation for regaining those things that were taken from us, our language, our culture, our spirituality. And in this case, me, I'm getting married, even our blood lineage offspring. So when my wife and I have children, I will be repairing that bloodline. Because I am Balanta, she is Balanta. It would be as if the crime never happened. Now, in terms of spirituality, inside every single cell in our body is life. This magical force, life force energy, given by the divine creator. And that means the divine creator lives inside our body. And if you don't believe me, consider it this way. Right now, every single one of us, our heart is beating. That means billions of cells that make up the heart muscle are working in perfect unity to expand and contract in order to what? Pump the blood that circulates the oxygen that comes from our lungs through an inhale and exhale. None of us are consciously coordinating the billions and trillions of cells that are working together in perfect harmony. That process is going on independent of our consciousness. That means there is a divine intelligence inside of us, greater than our own minds, that is running the show, that if we want to communicate with it, we have to go inside. We don't look outside of ourselves. We go inside to communicate with the divine intelligence. So when you put it all together, a people with a unique genetic structure and an epigenetic encoding to survive the gravest crime against humanity necessarily dictates that we will make contributions that no other people can make in all areas of behavior, including spirituality and religion. Whatever those forms take, that is for others to discuss. Me, I happen to come out of the Rastafari tradition. I can discuss that maybe later or tomorrow. But hopefully, I've laid the foundation for understanding that when we return to the continent, right, in ways that haven't even been identified or studied yet, there will be these innovations. So let me land there. Thank you.
Right, thank you. And thank you for sharing your personal life with us. And um, I, I was wondering, well, first of all, let me say that this very aspect of exchange, the accelerated exchange between the two continents, right, is very, very important and would fall right under this topic. We're going to see us questioning the validity of some of our traditions on both sides of the Atlantic. Yeah. Now that you have so kindly shared this with us about your wedding, are there any particular things, adaptations that are happening that you feel free to share?
Sure. First of all, there are a lot of protocols and little things that are normally done that I'm learning as I go. One of the adaptations is because I have no family here, right? Some of the elders in a particular village, right, that we have a relationship, have had to take me on as their son in order to represent me in the negotiations. So that was an adaptation that was made in my case. Normally, I would actually have to bring my family, but they are all back in the United States. They couldn't come. So because I had been doing development projects in a particular village, and because a few people that came before me had established this relationship, that village has now taken me on as a son, and they are handling the negotiations. So that's just one adaptation. The other adaptation is that normally there's a series of visits that had to be made that circumstances didn't allow. So they had to combine what normally happens over a series of 5 visits into 2 of them. And they were willing to do this in my case because they understand. Those are a few small things, but one further real quickly, one thing that I wanted to also contribute is the Balanta have an initiation ceremony. It's called Finado. And only after you have completed this ceremony are you considered a full standing adult in the community, able to sit in councils, make decisions, etc., act as a responsible. In the Western tradition, you have minors, and then you have, when you're not a minor, whatever that's called. So it is the same thing. You graduate from this initiation ceremony. So I am not, and those in the Balanta Society in America, we're not equipped to go through that ceremony right now. One reason is because of a language barrier, but we didn't do the other ceremonies leading up to it. But we have borrowed from that tradition, right? Normally, when you complete that ceremony, you get to wear a red cap. Maybe you can see them. Yeah. Right? So those people wearing the red cap means they are fully initiated members. Okay. What we have done is those Balanta from America that are now coming to Guinea-Bissau during our Decade of Return program, that in and of itself is a kind of pilgrim, an initiation ceremony. So we have borrowed from that tradition, and now we are taking blue hats to then symbolize if you are a Balanta that was enslaved in the West and have come to your ancestral homeland and sat with the elders, that is enough of a kind of initiation for you to be distinguished in the community. That is a spiritual, cultural adaptation that we have made.
And what about the Balanta who are newly migrated, like first generation, second generation, leaving Guinea-Bissau and settling in New York, Canada? How are they dealing with it?
If I understand your question, you mean Guineans and particularly Balanta who leave Guinea-Bissau to live in the United States?
Yes, and who have children there, and the children grow up there.
Yes. So, like most of the other communities from Africa that are doing that, they have their challenges. I might not be the best person to speak about that. But there's also the challenge of those children, second, let's say third generation, who then come back to Guinea-Bissau. They have a unique experience that has their own challenges and things like that. I am, especially coming out of the Rastafari tradition, I'm more concerned about that repatriation migration, right?
Yes.
Leaving the West, especially those of us who, when I say leaving the West, I mean leaving the land of our captivity, okay? And returning to our ancestral homelands. If this is about spirituality, and spirituality is about the natural connection between human beings and their environment where they come from, right? Then repatriation necessarily is connected to spirituality, right? Particularly for those people who were taken from it. So, if we use the example, I'll use a diaspora example. Take Dr. George Washington Carver. It was said that his relationship with the plants, how the plants would speak to him, that's spirituality coming directly from the earth to the human being to what? Guide that person to be productive. Okay? So I'm concerned with what happens when you artificially deroot someone from their natural environment, plant them in this brutal environment, right? And then take them back to their natural environment. This is a new chapter in human history. Yes, we've had people from the West go back to Africa, but they didn't do it consciously to go back to their actual vine and fig tree. You have lots of people go to Ghana, but they may not be descendant from people of Ghana. You've had people go back to Liberia, but they could be a descendant from Bamileke in Cameroon, or they could be a descendant from Bisa from Burkina Faso. This is the generation, for the first time in human history, that those people are returning back to their own vine and fig tree. And in doing that, it will activate latent encoded intelligence in their DNA. And for me, it's exciting to be a part of that pioneering generation who will do those observations and write the science about it and write the sociology and all the other fields of study.
Excellent, thanks. We have with us the organizer of the Freedom Festival here at the Institute for Binary Studies, Dr. Derek Murray, sitting next to me. And I wondered whether Derek had any questions to ask.
Yes. First of all, thank you very much for a fascinating story about your return, and also the scientific proposal for why. I guess it's a justification for why we should, those of us, as you put it, in the lands of our captivity, why when we return, we have something to offer in terms of the latent intelligence and possibilities for invention and innovation. What I wanted to ask, and by the way, thank you for the view of the village. It's our opportunity to travel. And the red caps. It's our opportunity to travel for free to your village and to see innovation, invention, reintegration in action
Yep.
as we speak. So thank you for that. Have any of the innovations, that the adaptations that you've had to make, have any of them caused concern or controversy or debate in terms of what was necessary to be done for you to be reintegrated?
Yeah.
So, for example, you being adopted as a son so as to facilitate the protocols and so on. Especially if they had to do with spiritual authorization. Did you have?
That that's a great question. So remember, I'm really the first here in Guinea-Bissau. It's not like Ghana that has a history of lots of Afro descendants returning. I'm pretty much the first here. Fortunately, there has not been any of that kind of challenge or problem. It has been open arms. When they learn that I am Balanta returning, right, it opens up everything, right? I'm not seen as a foreigner. They understand that their own people disappeared and were never seen again, and that I am one of those children. So anything that they have to do and adapt, um, they have just embraced it without any problem. I'll give you another example. We've had over 50 people return, and for us, getting a traditional Balanta name is very important to us. Now, the Balanta culture, they don't have a tradition of giving adult people names. So our request for them to give us names was something new. They had to think, and they had to go and do certain rituals and consult the ancestors on what's the most appropriate way to do this. They didn't fight that. They were like, this is interesting. So far, we haven't had that kind of situation. As this deepens, and like me, we start to intermarry, right? I suspect that, marriage can be difficult in and of itself, let alone now you have language barriers, you have different cultural barriers. If the marriages aren't successful and harmonious, I think that's where a lot of the challenges and real difficulties might emerge, is once these families really get close and connected and they see just how different the cultures are and the psychology and the behavior, even the way we conduct business. So there are certain rituals you do spiritually so that the business will be successful. And I've already noticed that the way I approach business versus the way my Balanta here is very different. So in those kind of everyday things is, I think, where your question will become more and more relevant.
And that's an important point about, the proof of the pudding is in the eating. Because very often people think that African spirituality is, I think is, did you catch? I think you were frozen for a bit.
I'm sorry, was there a follow-up question? I didn't catch it.
Oh, yeah, I saw that you were frozen for a bit. So the question, the point I was going to make is that I find it interesting that you say that, it all depends on how well the marriages work and so on, because often people think that African spirituality is all about faith and belief and it doesn't have to prove anything. Whereas, for example, Western science, it's about, it's about the outcomes and the proof of the pudding is in the eating. Objective outcomes. So here you're saying that, after all of the adaptations and the rituals and so on, if the objective outcome is not harmonious, then we could perhaps have issues. And so that's a follow-up question I wanted to ask about, and maybe to have you speculate about. For you returning as an individual, it may not be so problematic, but for some of the other African traditions where they've been away long enough in large enough communities that they develop their own rituals and protocols and so on, and spiritual ways of answering questions. My question to you would be: do you see a problem when they try to reintegrate in Africa, for example? The Orisha tradition is very prevalent, very well known, and entire rituals and ceremonies and so on and protocols have sprung up in the West. Do you see them having difficulties reintegrating and deciding who is correct, who is wrong? What would be the protocol for choosing between one way of doing things and the other way? Do you see, possible challenges there?
I think, sorry, just to add, the one, Dr. Murray has mentioned the Yoruba Orisha tradition, but in your case, there's also the Rastafari tradition from Jamaica and repatriation to Ethiopia over many years. That's another example of new traditions negotiating with other traditions.
So forgive me, in order to save bandwidth, I have turned off my camera. Oh, you can still hear me, is correct?
Yes, we can
Yes.
still hear it.
Okay. I really appreciate the question, Derek. What I'm observing is that there's a difference between having these debates in the abstract and then actually living day to day. So whatever problems and resolutions, they will first emanate from within the household. So, for example, if there's a problem in the way about raising children, one culture or one person in the spouse does it one way, it's informed by that particular culture they come from, and then there's another. If there's a conflict, it starts in the family. Then if it's not able to resolve, then it would then go to, and I'm speaking from my Balanta tradition, it would go to the godparents who were part of the marriage ceremony. And then if it wasn't able to resolve then it would involve the uncles of the two families. And it would go and it would kind of rise through this hierarchy, right? It would only be in such a council of the uncles and the elders of the families where I think Derek's question, the way it was presented, you would have a real debate on, well, how do we resolve the cultural difference, which way is best? The repatriates are obviously going to be at a disadvantage because we have come back to reintegrate into this culture. Yes, we are going to make our contributions. Yes, it's a two-way learning street. But at the end of the day, for example, the foundation of Balanta spirituality is balance. Because every day we have to have social harmony in the village. So it's less about who's wrong, who's right, punish the guilty, right? It's all about what is required to maintain the social harmony. And that would be the basis of kind of answering the questions, whether it's about, which spiritual way or cultural way is better when it comes to children or money or building on the land or any of those other questions. I don't have a better answer than that because I'm still on the early stages of really getting into my field research on this. It's one thing to read about it in a book. It's another thing to then go into the field. So my marriage is the lab work. This village is the lab work for me to really get an understanding about it.
Thank you so much. Gentlemen, if I've noticed that my Zoom has been clicking in and out, right? And I don't know if that's true in general, but are there any questions from the audience here or from the people online? Right, no questions on Zoom. Over here, there's a microphone over here, and if you stand and just tell us who you are, and then.
Good morning. My name is Roger Bryan, Bishop in Ezekiel King of Kings Spiritual Baptist Deliverance Ministries. So I have a question, really. How can practitioners, and I'm looking at it from the standpoint of practitioners. I know he has been looking at the social element and so on, reintegration, but in terms of spiritual practice, how can practitioners today honor the creativity and the resilience of the disparate spiritual traditions, but also preserving the integrity, authenticity, and ancestral knowledge of the African continental traditions?
One more time, please, Bishop.
Okay. How can practitioners today honor the creativity and resilience, and I'm talking about practitioners from this side, of their spiritual traditions, while also preserving the integrity, authenticity, and ancestral knowledge of African continental traditions?
Okay, thank you.
And that is directed at me. I get to answer this.
Of course. The other speakers will also have a go at it later on. But do you want to give a shot? Have a shot at it? Or you're frozen? Okay. You're frozen. We can't hear you. Right. We're going to hold that question and ask Bishop to ask it again after. Right. So thank you very much, Shifiwe. I know that you have to leave us soon, but hope you'll be online for a little bit. Okay, and we're going to be moving on to the next speaker, who is Dr. Yannick Hume, who lives in Barbados here and is a senior lecturer in cultural studies at the University of the West Indies and an initiated priestess in a number of our traditions. Okay. And here she is. Good morning, Doctor.
Pleasant good morning. I just need I need permission to be able to share my slides, if that's okay.
Right, Zoom, please. Please enable sharing.
Yeah, thank you.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Well, as a person who married into a continental African family, right? This is been very interesting session for me, Derek. Right? Fortunately or unfortunately, I would think I didn't have a traditional marriage. Right? I was too poor at the time, and some other things. We married, and we live over here in the Caribbean. Yeah, so I missed out completely, right, on much of what had to happen. But I know that Africans who recently came from the continent are negotiating that all the time, right? For instance, when you marry somebody in Ethiopia, you have to present a goat, right, to the mother-in-law, right? So somebody prepared an online channel where you can look and select your goat, right? And they will deliver your goat, you know? You can sit in the United States and deliver your goat. Okay, Dr. Hume, are you ready?
Yes, I am. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Over to you. Right.
I just want to take a moment. I apologize for not being able to be in studio with those present in Barbados, but we know today is also the occasion of the laying to rest of Sir Garfield Sobers. And so just wanted to take a moment to honor that, because that energy of transition is definitely in the air. And I want to in keeping with acknowledging those who go before and those yet to come, and also what this symposium represents in terms of honor. I want to start by first saying honor and respect for the departed, and just take a moment to let that settle before I transition to what I wish to speak to today. May his journey across the Kalunga line be safe and seamless. So as we gathered here today, what I wanted to share with you is talking about this part of the Atlantic. What does it mean to engage with innovation from the Americas? And I'm thinking of the Americas in its hemispheric sense. So situating the Caribbean, although most of what I will be presenting is anchored in Caribbean religiosities and spiritual practice, I recognize that they reverberate across this hemisphere. So they would engage practices of the Southern United States, whether through hoodoo practices, practices among the Gullah Geechee communities of South Carolina. And then they also extend into the practices we find in South America, namely in Brazil. And then, but I will anchor my conversation on the region. And I come as a person who is crowned in different traditions, or who serve in different traditions through different ways, born in Jamaica of Maroon heritage, a boneswoman. So I come from a descendant and a line of grave diggers. I'm also initiated 30 plus years within the Cuban Lukumi tradition, and longer than that within Palo Mayombe as a yaya, a Malinquisi. I have forays within Vodou with different levels of initiation. And then, so serving in these different practices, in part because my lineage extends to different spaces, but also in part because my spiritual cauldron or cord also calls and pulls me into different practices as well. So the title today that I want to engage with is Innovating the Sacred, Africana Religious Traditions and the Making of New Religious and Spiritual Worlds. Are you hearing me okay, everyone?
Yes, we are.
Perfect. So in presenting the argument, I want to not take for granted that we know all or are all on the same page in terms of what we mean by innovation. There's a way that when we think about innovation in today's parlance, it tends to be anchored principally within the realm of the digital, right? In the realm of commerce, in the realm of technology. Innovation in some ways is a new field of inquiry within discussing religion, but religious innovation is far from new. It is something that has been part and parcel of the ways in which religious worlds are constructed. And when we think about Africana traditions in the Caribbean, the very context of which they arrived to the shores of these islands and mainland territories meant that they were forced in many ways to have to adapt to the environment that was distinct from the environment of which they were born. And it was under arduous conditions, enslavement, colonialism, racialization, migration, religious oppression and oppression, as well as modernity in the various formats of which this takes, right? So we have within this concept of religious or sacred innovations, this dynamic context of which this has taken place. And within my interpretation or what I wish to share, when I think through what innovation means, I'm thinking about the ways in which traditions, sacred practices, religious worlds are recombined, how they're reinterpreted, what gets retrieved, what institutional inventions are created for their survival, what becomes transformative, what are the healing dimensions to this innovation, where are the practices of resistance within it, and how innovation in many ways have allowed for a re-Africanization, not simply a newness, but a way in which we begin to hold on to tradition while also dealing with the context of the now and creating practices that allow them to serve as almost bridges, connecting the past with the present and the foreseeable future. And so for me, tradition provides the very resource of which innovation even becomes something possible. And the Caribbean provides a fascinating laboratory to begin to engage these questions because of it being a crucible, a crossroads of cultures from multiple continents, colliding under conditions of duress, under conditions of violence, but still being able to create something new. So I say innovation is not the opposite of tradition. In Caribbean Africana religions, innovation is one of the ways tradition survives, becomes usable, resists domination, and generates new religious worlds. And worlds for me is the ways in which individuals and collectivities come to make sense of the environment of which they inhabit, come to make sense of how they occupy space and time and over time. So it's not something that is static in any sense of the word. And so we see within this religion and innovation as an emerging field within even the studies of within the field of religious studies. We see that innovation operates within religion, religion in innovation, and then innovation. Just making sure I could see my own slides here. Oops, I went too far. And innovation. Just give me a sec. And innovation as a framework, innovation as religion. So beginning to look at this as a triangular framework. So spiritual innovation, spiritual exemplars, and the infrastructural lens. I'm wanting you to kind of think of that. I don't want to press too hard because I know it's a public audience of different levels. So I don't want to engage too deep into theory, but we could come back to this as we proceed. This is just a collage of some of the variety of expressions that we find within the Caribbean space, of which we see how in the realm of the spirit and the sacred customs, it's one of the spaces where we've been able to see the work of the very dynamic work of innovation take place. In earlier historical writings, we would see much of how religions in the Caribbean have been shaped has been through the label of syncretism, and that has been highly criticized and complicated because it's not just A plus B equals a C, but there is a creative, strategic appropriation of which some traditions come together. One didn't necessarily only hide, as often is discussed, but recognize within the view of African sacred systems that there is an element of parallelism. So there were concepts within Judeo-Christian forms of which African traditions encountered that allowed for a certain symbology, things of which were recognizable. So in many practices, we could see how Africana traditions, African-based sacred worlds expanded Christianity once it encountered the Caribbean. We often see it the other way, as though African traditions were submerged. But in my practice and seeing the communities of which I observe, whether it's within Vodou, within Santeria, within even spiritual Baptists, one could argue that in a sense, the Judeo-Christian framework has had to be pushed to its margins in order to see and the dynamism of African forms of worship take place. So innovation could also be seen in as a contested category. And by this, I mean, and we see this, we live, when I say we, those who occupy the Caribbean and even small island developing states, and I'm thinking specifically of indigenous cultures in the Pacific and the ways in which cultures from Papua New Guinea, Fiji, Guam have had to adapt to tourism and adapt their forms of culture to that tourism framework. So too have the small island developing states in the Caribbean, right? So you find that one of the main thrust in some spaces in terms of driving a tourism market, and I'm thinking specifically of Cuba here. I could also bring in Haiti of the 1920s through 40s. Certainly, Haitian Vodun was a space of exploitation for emergent tourism market during this period of time. We find it certainly within the traditions of Candomblé in Brazil. So there's a way that practitioners, as well as state officials, tourism brokers, have manipulated, exploited sacred practices for kind of repackaging of spiritualism for a particular commodity, for consumption, sold as credentials, sold as national difference. And we see this through the 20s and 40s across the Caribbean. So the most sacred of things becoming what identifies a particular nation. So when we think about Jamaica, we see Rastafari, the iconographic space of Rastafari as that emblem of its cultural difference, but as a cultural difference that is anchored within a spiritual practice. And when we think of Rastafari, a social movement as well, a movement around a liberatory consciousness. We also see innovation as a means of cultural appropriation, because some of these agents of which uses these traditions are not at all aligned with these traditions, right? So there was great debate over the recent Bob Marley emancipation mass that was held in Barbados just this past Sunday, and the incorporation of Bob Marley's lyrics to kind of drive the mass, drive the sermon and the structure of the mass. And the Rastafari community were up in arms about, is this really appropriate? What is this appropriation? Is it fitting given where Rastafari sits within the social fabric of the nation, and within the ways in which it sits within of Christianity? It's a really interesting debate, right? It's a really an interesting space in terms of how do we engage this, especially within the construct of Rastafari, which is in itself an Abrahamic tradition, right? It is in itself a Judeo-Christian, and some Rasta would say they are the true Jews, right? So when we look at that level and who appropriates, who has a right to use sacred text information in ways that are outside of practice is one that we have to contend with when we look at innovation, especially when we think about what exists in social media and what translates as these practices in social media. And the word itself, innovation, carries American capitalist connotations. Let's not mistake it, right? Because for many practitioners of Africana traditions, we may lean into the term creativity, adaptation, a bit more than innovation, because innovation often speaks of a market. So you are readying something for a marketplace. And so within that, for certain practitioners, it may be seen as something illegitimate, right? A distortion of tradition. So that's the frame that when we begin to complicate what innovation could mean. But when we look at innovation within the concept of religious change, and we center tradition, and tradition means many different things. And I want us not to think of tradition as something static. Tradition, like culture, is a dynamic force. It changes with historical forces, with the constellation of the time, with material conditions. It is informed by the various players who are at its center. So tradition should never be seen as hermetically sealed, meaning that it is closed off from influence, right? It should never be seen as not moving, not changing outside of evolution. Tradition just means that it is the bedrock source, originary source of which the information resides, and from there expands from. And then so from the various traditions that make up the sacred landscape within the Caribbean. They are quite numerous, too numerous to name and to keep within time, but they would include traditions from the Akan, Ga, Ewe of Ghana, the Fanti Shanti of Ghana, and we find those within the Anglophone Caribbean. They would include the Igbo traditions. They would include the traditions of the Fon, Dahomey, present-day Benin, the Congo, Karabali areas of the DRC. They would include Nigeria, Yoruba, Southwest practices coming into the region. They would include also the traditions of which were encountered upon the arrival to the Caribbean as well. So when we think about innovation, we are also, in a sense, speaking to re-Africanation, reinterpretation, recomposition, revitalization, adoption, restoration, reform, renewal, resourcement, retrieval, that all of that is a composite of what innovation could mean. And I just want to bring to you the whole idea of the and one. Within Yoruba concepts, there is this idea that the Orishas are comprised of 401. That on one, regardless what number comes before that, that and one leaves room within the philosophical basis of Yoruba cosmology, the idea that divinities are, there's a multiplicity of divinities that could arise. So we find within the constructs of Vodou, there's certain loi or spirits that exist, or miste, that exists within Vodou that doesn't exist in Benin, right? Which is its source African culture. But we see that there are different nations, different nations, and there are also those that were adaptable and formed within the space of Haiti itself, right? So thinking about that and one already suggests a development of adaptation and abundance. I spoke to this about the Caribbean as a theoretical laboratory for beginning to think around the very concept of tradition not being rigid or discrete, and our need to talk against that. There's a certain fluidity, interaction, right? These are not, again, sealed off, right? So even though we had within Protestant traditions of the Anglophone Caribbean, a deeply rooted practice of annihilating anything that was deemed outside of Christian practice, outside of the accepted monolithic, monotheistic rather tradition. We all know a grandmother, auntie, uncle who poured libations. We all know that there are people who would go, certain bush you would use, certain prayers. This is part of the inscripted DNA of which we walk with, and the practices that could not be annihilated by dogma or by chapter and verse, whether it's from the sacred text of, let's say, a Bible. And so it also, within this laboratory, the Caribbean pushes against academic categories imposed on lived religious worlds, and begin to explore them in other ways and other means. Now, this is by far not an exhaustive list of Caribbean traditions. I listed the ones that people may be most familiar with, but there are other practices, be it Arara from Cuba, the Vodou in Cuba. When we look at Jamaica, you have Mayal, and as well as Kumina convents and other practices. But this, I'm just within time speaking about a few of the traditions, their primary innovation, what happens to them. And so you have the institutional iconographic. So in Cuba, you had the institution of the Cabildo de Nación, which were these confraternidades, or these confraternities formed by the Catholic Church with a patron saint, of which many of the practices, because within Cuban colonialism, the enslaved were grouped by their nation, a lot of the practices as they were passed down were able to be kept pretty intact in terms of the linguistic and ethnic groupings. So you had Yoruba people, Nago people, as they were called, Lukumi, together. those who were of the Congo heritage together, those who were of Angolan heritage together. And what you found was that there was an ability to then translate these traditions in situ, in the ethnic in situ of the communities that were in part of these cabildos. So institutionally, there was an innovation that allowed for these traditions to be preserved. Also, there were innovations within the iconographic means through the constructions of tronos. These are the altars that were constructed for the orishas. There was a reworking of Yoruba cosmology with Catholic interventions, with other Cuban sacred forms. Again, Cuba is a vast country. And so you have the sharings where I was initiated in the East, in Santiago de Cuba, a space that has a very strong Palo community, Congo-based community, but also very strong indigenous practices from the Siboney, Hautui peoples. So these were not just there on the side. You find in some of the iles or houses a merger, a fusion of some of the practices we find. And then you have within, I'm not going to go through all of this, but you could see what I'm getting at in terms of some of the innovations that happen, the embodied liturgical innovation within spiritual Baptist and revival, enlivening scripture, the practice of Christianity, and its encounter with African Caribbean cosmologies, right? And within Rastafari, you had the scripting of a reinterpretation, and one would say a reclamation of the truth, but a reinterpretation or a reclamation of the crowning of a Black king, that the Messiah was in the image of its people, and therefore the Messiah is Black, the Messiah is African. A reimagining of Ethiopia as the site of Zion, right? So some of these, again, are at the heart of the cosmological structures of these practices. So you had the worlds in which were inherited from Africa, the Bible, rituals, understandings of ancestors. You had the historical conditions, whether it's slavery, colonialism, migration, suppression, oppression, and we think about the various Obia laws, the legislative architecture that deemed these traditions to be offensive and dangerous, and therefore illegitimate, right? You had the agency of those practitioners, those ritual leaders, the elders, who are like, what can we do with what we've inherited, right? Just think about encountering Yoruba people, encountering the landscape. Although we speak about the similarity in the landscape, there's some differences as well. And there are certain things that were not found in abundance. So the use of kola nuts, what we call busy in Jamaica, but kola nut wasn't as abundant as it is in Nigeria. So what then became the divination tool that replaced the kola nuts within the Caribbean context is the obi or coconuts, right? So here you had a translation. We need something that we could read that grows in abundance in this space. And coconut, obi, becomes a replacement for the kola. Not fully, because we understand that kola is used in initiation and other practices here. So we have a recombination, a retrieval, a reinterpretation that leads to a newness within the religious form and how it takes and what it looks like. And then we ask, is this still legitimate? And I would say, of course. If we understand that religion is a living practice that is meant to serve the communities of which uphold it, then it is always going to be, not always, but there are spaces for it to still hold its validity, its structure, right? So Santeria, this is just a sand altar erected for Yemaya, or Lokun actually, Yemaya, and the ways in which we see the use of the natural environment, yes, but also the incorporation of the Catholic practice of altar making, right? And not to say that in Yoruba land altars were not important, But when we begin to see their preponderance and how they are used within the Lukumi context, Regla de Ocha context, within natural environments, within homes, within the basements of apartment, of duplexes in Brooklyn, for example, we see that construct of how these means of interacting with the sacred takes these places. Within Vodou, the iconographic drawings of the Veve, the ground drawings, what the constellation of the sacred universe in iconographic means, right? This is from a ceremony for Azaka in recently. This was just in Boston, actually, in 2025. Here within the communities of Haitian descendants within Cuba, we have the reformulation of a festive tradition, a sacred tradition that takes a festive form, known in Haiti as Rara, known in Cuba as Gaga. These are images I took in 2002 of a Gran Gaga, or celebration of the Major Jonque. Well, the Jonques are not here. The Major Baton, the ones who twirl the baton, and ritual elders, Ungang and Mambo, who are present with the Rougiable, who cleanse the space, and all of the Haitian communities coming together to burn an effigy of a Diab, right? Again, this is now a tradition that moves from one Caribbean context into another, reframing, again, stating that innovation is not a one thing. It doesn't just happen in one moment and end. It is constantly being revised, constantly being explored. Here we have Trinidad Orisha. The syncretism and eclecticism versus Africanization is one of the key things Hope speaks about in Spirit, Blood, and Drum. And this way in which how Orisha in Trinidad authorizes, in a sense, a very specific Africanity, recognizing that many of those who claim this lineage, this direct lineage to the Yoruba practices, were descendants of those who came to Trinidad as free, non-captive, right? As those who traveled after emancipation. We have Obia, and Obia being, what we would call the divine sciences, the high sciences, science of the highest order, right? And the partly one of the most penalized and demonized practices that we find here. And I think one of the most innovative in terms of what it does to using the Bible, using botany, ethnobotany, the knowledge of plant medicines, the alchemy of it all, and the science that combines with knowledge. We have, in this case, Zion Revival. This is Leader Mars in his tabernacle space, or his Jerusalem schoolroom, actually, to be more accurate. And this space of the merger of Christianity and African-centered forms, interpretation of the Bible as a source, creating seals, and he's in the middle of a grand ground seal or altar, Rastafari, which I spoke to a bit before, with its reinterpretation of the Bible. So we could look at these modalities of these traditions, who we combine, who we trees, what we interpret, but we get a sense that it's not a static process, right? And so who decides the politics of defining innovation? In one instance, the state by law. So an 18th century colonial legal category still criminalized in parts of the Caribbean. So obia, which we throw around recklessly, really demeans the genius of those who were able to use the resources and fragments of memories of sacred knowledge with what they knew of plants, medicines, with what they knew of alchemy and of the environment, to create a means of survival within the belly of the beast, right? But the state seeing this is, no, this is too dangerous. And our very own people, lauding this word to diminish anything that counters what they think is an upstanding Christian ethic. We have competing lineages, right? There is a way in which, this is most, I think, when we think about the relationship with continental practices and Caribbean practices, who are deemed more legitimate. You have those who are on this, whether it's they're going back to Africa or want to lean into their African heritage and therefore see Caribbean practices as less than or not as legitimate or not as authentic, whatever that might mean, but as authentic as continental religions. And so there is this hierarchy in terms of what is deemed to be more authentic to the experience of Africana practices. We have the prophetic scriptural authority, the words of the words of Marcus Garvey, right? Look to the east for the crowning of a king within Rastafari, and the prophetic voice of Bob Marley, right? We see that, and some might even say, and the others who have come since. Community consensus, right? That is, they're sometimes within this realm of who defines what gets innovated and not. And so the Caribbean, what do they change? What does the Caribbean offer us in terms of understanding innovation? We recognize that innovation was oftentimes forced and not chosen, that innovation was highly contested and policed, that it was generative and not residual, or just these kind of things that the residues of something, and it was irreducibly plural, right? So no tradition innovates alone. It's in conversation with something else. And so Boy Kaman, 1791, and historians still debate the ceremony's precise details, how many gatherings there were, what exactly took place. But what we see in this moment is probably that kind of, to use an evolutionary term, I might maybe regret this, but this kind of big bang moment in terms of what does it mean to have a nation comprised of, not yet a nation, but a people, a collective comprised of different communities of Africans encountering indigenous realities and
Doctor,
creating a bang. And that is where I'm ending, yes. And then from innovation to religious world
no,
making.
no, stop for a minute, please, and tell us what is Wakai Man.
Oh,
And
sorry.
yeah, and we have lost one of our next speaker, so you're not under time pressure.
Yes. Well,
Yes,
White
thanks.
Man was the, I want to say August 14th, 1791. It was the moment of the spark for what we know as the Haitian Revolution, the gathering of Africans of different nations, different nations, coming from the various African communities that were raped and pillaged, and those people who then were transshipped to what was colonial Saint-Domingue and worked on the plantations. And it was the gathering, the ritual gathering, the ceremony that took place under the auspice, under the aegis of Dottie Boukman, who himself was a Jamaican, and the priestess Cecile Fatima, and coming together, the slaughtering of a Black pig in offering to the different to the divinities for asking for guidance, asking for protection, and the start of what would become the Haitian Revolution, which came to its end, its successful end, with the toppling of the Napoleon Army in 1804, January 1, right? And so you had this mixture of a variety of African peoples with different practices, different traditions, coalescing around an aim, an aim of not just freedom, the idea of freedom, of ridding oneself of slavery, but a kind of religious ritual sovereignty as well, an elevation of practices that were honed in the bellies of colonial Saint-Domingue, right? And then, so this brings me to the conclusion in saying that from innovation, we have the construction of worlds. So these traditions, as I was sharing rather rapidly, do not merely adapt to survive. I think that's really important. It's not just about the adaptation, but what we have is they were producing worlds, new cosmologies, new ethical vocabularies, political language. We see in Boykaman what we could call a revolutionary theology, Rastafari's anti-colonial hermeneutics, Obia's justice beyond the law, right? These were the ways in which Caribbean people, Afro-Caribbean people, not outside of the Indo-Caribbean world, and we see this beautifully demonstrated within the palais of Trinidad and Tobago. So seen in this way, innovation in Africana religious agency in its most concentrated form allows us to interpret religious worlds as a process of this consistent dynamic of innovation. And with that, I close. Thank you kindly for your time. And open to whatever questions you might have.
There was a nice round of applause here, which sometimes Zoom suppresses.
Okay.
So you might not have heard it.
Thank you.
That was a tour de force, Dr. Derek. In this conference, we've tried to lay out a sort of logical pathway from yesterday, manifestations of African thinking, spirituality on the continent, and then in the Caribbean, and then towards innovations, and tomorrow we look to the future. And I think that we underestimated the vastness of just the innovations alone. Everybody's been trying to talk about innovations one way or the other, and it looks to me like we're going to have meetings after meetings on innovations. What do you say, Dr. Murray?
Yeah, well, when I thought about the topic, notice it says debating innovations. And so I was very cognizant of the fact that there are some innovations that are controversial. And, Yannick touched on it very briefly, which is that the thinking is that all of this world making that we've done over on this side of the Atlantic are mere corruptions of a pure and more authentic form on the continent, and that's where the debates, the contentions, the controversies occur, and they occur at the individual level and between houses, and I know that, for example, there's an association out of Cuba that wants nothing to do with Babalawos from the African continent. And so there is all that politics and the question of, these traditions that we've invented in the Caribbean, on this side of the Atlantic, in the African diaspora. Do we have to then give up all of that? I think that it was the question that the bishop was asking earlier. Should we have to give up all of that in the face of the continent saying, okay, children, you went away and you've played with this thing for a while, but we have the real authentic tradition you need to come back to, and you need to be in line with what we have. By the way, Yannick, that was a tour de force. And I wasn't expecting the vastness of the topic. And so whereas the first speaker was aptly very scientific and very to the point with a case, his case of his particular case in Guinea-Bissau, I think that this was a wider academic tour. So I think you've opened the way for an interesting conversation for the rest of this session.
For this conference, yeah. Thank you, Prof. I'm going to ask the audience here to direct some questions to you. and you can also respond to Derek's questions, Dr. Morris' comments. So there's a strong contingent from Barbados Spiritual Baptists on this side of the room, and Bishop had stood up earlier on to ask a very apt question. So, Bishop, if you would ask the question again, please, especially in the light of what you've heard here.
If you will permit me, I'm not going to ask that question again, but I'm going to ask
Probably got the
similar
answer.
question. Right? Do the innovations and hybrid spiritual systems that develop in the African diaspora make these traditions less representative of the African origins, or do they demonstrate the resilience and living evolution of African spirituality?
Just before you go from the microphone, stay with the microphone for a while, please. Remind people who you are, sir.
Roger Bryan.
Okay.
Yes, so y'all need to know me well.
Yes. And when we record it, it will be there for people around the world to see.
Bishop Dr. Roger Bryan from Ezekiel King of Kings, Spiritual Baptist, Deliverance Ministries. Well, Gap, KFL, St. Michael.
Thank you very much. Right. Dr. Yannick.
Yes, thank you for that question. I mean, I know you could answer it. You probably just want me to answer it, but certainly, when we think about the space of innovation and how we begin to rank or understand Afro-Caribbean traditions, or the traditions we find in the Caribbean, certainly they are emblems of resilience, of resistance. They are also a product of their context, right? I think it would be, I know when we think about some of the early work on Caribbean religions, there was this deep interest. And I think also because of how the academy was developing, you had the fields of African diaspora studies just building. So you had this ardent desire to track what was termed retentions, right? So this idea of the retentive power of African practices. And then you had it shifted a little bit to continuities. But you found in scholars like Mervyn Aline, the late linguist, within Kamau Brathwaite's work, a school of thought that really understood the primacy of creativity, and that in and of itself was valid, it was legitimate, and it didn't decry or delegitimize the source materials of which this new cultural or this mixed form was beginning. What it understood was that the source of which Caribbean people constructed their sacred universe was from the ritual grammars of Africa. They understood that, but also understood that those ritual grammars, that infrastructure, that architecture of understanding that was held in the belly bottom, held in the memory, the kinesthetic corporal memory that we see when we see elders dance by a potometon, right? That memory that was embodied also encountered traditions here. And so I turn to think about Sylvia Wynter's concept of indigenization, not indigenous as in First Nation, but indigenization in her concept of making local. So what we find within the religious worlds of the Caribbean was a process through which African descended people made local the practices, the fragments, the ritual grammar of age-old practices. They made it local to the environment of which they encountered. The aspects that they remembered, the aspects that they deemed necessary for what they were encountering in the Caribbean, but also recognizing there were things. If we think about African religiosity as being expansive, then we shouldn't be thinking about it in any constrictive way. because innovation actually is what allows African practices to expand as well, to recognize that there were elements from other traditions, right? We see in Vodou a very strong Masonic influence within Vodou. We see within Vodou as well a strong Taino influence. So these were not African practices, but these were practices that African people saw and deemed fit, suited, reinterpreted. Not everything is taken on, not everything is taken on as something that they wish to hold, right? They saw in Mary an idea of the divine feminine. The divine feminine exists in Africa. And they saw in this figure, white as she may be, but mind you, the Mary they encountered was also Black, right? So they encountered a Black Madonna and recognized that Madonna, that Black Madonna, as another avatar representation of their divine feminine as well. So that's part of the creativity that I'm talking about. It was not ad hoc. It was very strategic, right? And in that, an expansive cosmological universe was able to then be home. So to answer your question, which was a yes or no question, I would say yes, it was part of the resilience, the resistance, and the creativity of people here. Is it less legitimate than continental forces? I would say I argue against that, because we also have to understand that Africa did not stay still, right? So Africa was also informed by Islam, by Christianity, the imperial Christianity, the missionizing Christianity, that you just have to look at some of the Nollywood films, right? A lot of that Nollywood material is anti-African, some might say, in terms of its religiosity, because it completely decries Yoruba practices as satanic. And it elevates Christianity as what you should aspire to as a progressive modern nation. And that's coming from the continent, right? So we have to also look that the continent also experienced its own subjugation under colonial rule, and the different influences of religions that entered and changed the religious landscape of those spaces as well.
Thank you, Bishop. Was that satisfactory? Do you want to say anything to that? Okay, thanks. Online, we have the philosopher Burton Santarelli in Trinidad and Tobago, who was a speaker yesterday, and he has an intervention.
Yeah, and I noticed there was also an Ungan Colin. So I guess after Burton Sankarelli, Ungan Colin, maybe you can ask your question. I saw you put your hand down, but I know it was not for a little while.
Right.
Hey, Burton. Good to see
Okay,
you.
you're hearing me now.
Yeah.
Hi.
Long time.
Yes. Yeah, I think even in Africa at the time or now, there is no single pure form. There are variations among the Yoruba, and the whole concept of Yoruba could be a little nebulous in the continent. In different parts of what we call Yoruba land, there is variation, and then there's Babalaos are doing, and the like. So, and it's in the nature of tradition to innovate. All traditions innovate, depend in the fact they meet conditions. When you consider the conditions they had to meet here, I mean, it has to be. Other comment on something Derek said about the Cubans not. I suspect that thing with the Cubans and the Babalao also refers to the internal politics of Orisha in Cuba, where there is a difference and sometimes conflict between Lukumi Santeria that works with Ifa and those that do not. And my impression is that many of the Cuban Babalaos are gravitating to the Nigerian Babalaos as showing the legitimacy of what they have been doing in terms of those internal debates. So I suspect that politics is playing out. In Trinidad, a note on the divination thing. we use the two valve cola nut, the obi banner. And that has been part of Trinidad's Orisha practice. And there are ways of reading the obi banja. If you take two obi banja, you get 4 pieces. And when you break it open, you get the male and female thing. Yeah. So it's that innovation dynamic. Yeah.
Mhm, mhm.
Okay, yeah, I recognize myself many innovations when it comes to the changes of plants that had to be used, plants that were not here. Yeah, hello? Oh, yes, I recognize that when we came, our ancestors came across, a number of plants were not here, so they had to make innovations in that respect. And thanks to the ancestors for bearing with us. Was there somebody else online who had an intervention?
Yeah. Colin, Ungang Colin.
Could you unmute that person, please? Was that Uban Colin?
Ungang Colin, yeah.
Okay. Oh, the Hugan. Sorry,
Mhm.
okay. Right.
Or is it registering now? I'm not sure if it's
Yeah, we're hearing you. Honor and respect.
respect. Thank you so much. I'm actually running into a meeting right now, so I'm going to adjust what I was going to say and just say thank you, Dr. Hume, for this absolutely tremendous presentation. You have me thinking about something that I didn't consider until this presentation, like in Haitian Vodou. Before enslavement, we were using palm oil, right? But then now in Haiti, we use Louis Mascuti as a substitute because of course we do not have access to that. So as you were speaking, I made the connection in this presentation. So I have to be very, very short because I'm heading into another meeting, but I want to say congratulations on absolutely fantastic presentation. It was extremely deep, very rich. Thank you for your time. And thank you,
Miss
everyone.
Young.
Fantastic. The Hungan, of course, is initiated into the voodoo tradition. And in the audience, we have, just a note from the technicians that you are able to unmute yourselves. So I will be prompting you to do so when you have problems over there. So in the audience here, we have Spiritual Baptist Mother Irika Jelani. Would you like to go to the microphone and ask your question? So,
Greetings and good day to each and everyone. Ma'am, Dr. Hume, that was an excellent presentation. I mean, you touch so much veins and so much points, in that space of time that you discussed. But in terms of something you said, I want you to delve a little deeper. When you speak of innovations, and then you mention that, the enslaves, they only adapt, but they build worlds. I will let you to really, really delve into that in terms of not only did they create, develop, kind of clandestine, a lot of their spiritual practice mixed in with Catholicism, Anglicanism, and so on. But when you say that they build worlds, I really love that terminology, and that really hit me. So I will let you to speak on that some more. Thanks.
Thank you for
great.
that.
Looking forward to the response to that question. Is Sifewe still online? And if so, is there a view in which we can see him as well, please? No, he's not online. Okay, right. Thank you. So, Dr. Hume, right? Your collaborator has just asked a question.
Yeah. I'm, it from I was trained in comparative religion by Professor William Payton, who wrote a book on religious worlds. And as an undergraduate doing comparative religion and hearing that concept, it really resonated with me because it was for the first time I understood that we, as persons of the faith, whatever path, spiritual path that you may be on, we are in this process of world making. And in that, recognizing that the concept of world is not a priori, meaning it doesn't just exists just so. What we come to understand as worlds are what we create. And much of what informs that creation is the material of the sacred, like how we define, operationalize, embody, inhabit, transmit sacred information. Is how we begin to construct the spaces of which we could under the world of which we occupy. And world functions on different levels, right? So when you may notice, Mother Irika, there are times you don't hear me. There are times I, as you say, move unawares. And then I show up to your land out unannounced. And sometimes I sit in your palais, in your space. One could argue the space that you've created in Turner's Hall is a world in and of itself. It is a sanctuary, a space within a space, out of space, right? And in the moment, even without a service happening, part of that idea of construction of a world is demarcating the sacred within what otherwise is profane, right? In what otherwise might just be seen as land, right? In what otherwise is seen as land, what you have done is constructed an environment of which we understand viscerally in the texture of the space that we're entering into another space. We're entering into another vibration. And if we think about the sacred as energetic, which most traditions understand that it's not just about scripture or dogma, but it's also about frequency. That's why, for example, in many indigenous and African practices and Africana traditions, the sonic plane is so important, right? And you know this as well as Bishop there knows this, and any other who sound a bell. We recognize that the sonic dimension is also, it's functioning at a level, it's functioning at energetic frequency. Sound is what allows us also to shift and to call to order, to recalibrate space, right? You demarcate your world, that sacred space, through the planting of banners, sacred banners, flags, ritual flags that announce meters before we get there. It announces that you are protecting your boundary, but what falls behind those banners is sacred space. What falls behind those dragon blood trees, what falls behind the row of Joseph quotes, what falls behind the rows of mother tongues, of sword plants. So you're doing it both through the materiality of cloth, and also the materiality of plants. So you're already demarcating sacred space and creating a world outside, right? Rastafari do this with the construction of their tabernacle. Babylon exists all around them, but this space, this plot of ground is part of, in the process of constructing the world of which they could live in the fullness of their teachings and their understandings and their consciousness, right? So for me, that when we think about worlds and the construction of it, it is how do you align your liberty, your consciousness, not just as thoughts, but through deliberate strategic action in the constructing of the spaces of which you then inhabit. And it operates on a space level, but it also operates consciously, subconsciously as well. because you could take that world with you, right? You carry that temple with you. When we think about Rastafari principle of the the I don't tell you the I, the divine that lives within, which means that world is already inscripted in you. So whether you're in the hills or in the city, the I does not get displaced. The divine, the divinity within walks. And so that world is within your consciousness as well. So I spoke about world as a spatial construct, but world is also a consciousness. It's the way how you live and occupy your mind and the space, the space of your mind and your will, your consciousness is also how you construct worlds as well. And I think it's where, not think, it's for me, it's where it starts. So it has to start from a consciousness. And then from that consciousness, you're able to then express it materially in the tangible, in the spatial. I hope I answered your question.
Awesome. I always love the title of that book, Comparative Religion, The Universe Next Door.
Next
I
door.
love that title. Dr. Murray, any words from you?
And I'm more curious, are there any questions online? Any or comments? No.
Really,
Well,
yeah.
yeah, I mean, this session is about innovations and the debating the innovations. So it's really about questions on whether what we've invented, those of us who came over, what we've invented, is really about questions about whether we should consider them to be legitimate or not. I think that Yannick has done an excellent job in describing my own position, which is that we legitimately invent and create, but it still leaves the question, for a reason that was mentioned earlier, Yannick, about the consumerism, because what happens when, especially in the age of the internet, when knowledge is accessible to everyone, the surface knowledge, the information, and people decide to, they're overnight priests. Overnight, they have the language, they absorb the language, they absorb the gestures, they absorb the aesthetics and the material accoutrements that go with the tradition, and then give themselves authorization, the authority to do things spiritually with and for other people.
Yeah.
And the earlier speaker said that these arguments are academic and abstract, when you take them in the abstract. But when it comes down to actual lived reality, like someone is having a problem emotionally with their family relations and so on, or they're experiencing difficulties at work or with their marriage or whatever the case may be, and someone, on the basis of everything that you've just said, I as an individual can legitimately construct a spiritual world along with the technologies to help other people. And therefore, I authorize myself and I'm authorized to help you with these problems. And then that person faces the very real dangers and damage that can happen from that type of approach. How do we distinguish institutional invention innovation and so on, from not even a, I wouldn't even say a charlatan. A charlatans and frauds we can dismiss easily, but someone who earnestly thinks that they have invented on their own ways, a technology that can help others without any communal validation.
Thanks for that question. And in many ways, I think part of why the obia laws are still on the books is in part because of this question of the risk that Caribbean governments see within this element of the charlatan, right? And the the commercial engine that is part of that as well. The commoditization of these practices, and they're highly commoditized, and that the sacred principle of reciprocity is part of these practices. There is this idea of give and take but there's the monetary element, I think, has really shredded the principle, the sacred principle of reciprocity and the relationality of which reciprocity sits within the realm of the sacred. Often people with me will say they didn't know I was this or that. I seldom wear sacred accoutrements in public. And it's deliberate, because there's a way in which they turn into adornments, and they signal in different communities they signal different things. And if the medicines are already inside of you, in my view, there's no need to put them out, right? But that's my personal take, because I do wear them when I'm doing work. So the implements of elekes and ides, and those are things that I hold very sacred. But I know for many, they become part of the armory, part of of what people use to block the world, or to announce to the world who they are, right? We learn in these traditions, one of the things in which we are called to do is to awaken our discernment, in our attuning, right? And there are ways in which to safeguard that level of how do you know and protect yourself from who may be moving in ways that are not in keeping with these practices. Africana systems are inherently communal. They're collective practices. So when you see a one man or a one woman doing things, it should put flags up, because these are traditions that require communities, and they require collectivities that have certain knowledges that they bring to the fore. And you know this, Derek. I mean, even within, there are people who are given the role to cuartizar, or to cut open the animal, because they know they have received the ritual knife. Not everybody sacrifices, right? They have received penaldo. They know they have the sacred right of taking life of an animal. And they know the ritual protocol for letting the blood, for taking out the organ, what organ comes out first, right? This isn't something that is done alone. There are many people who have to be brought to the fore to be able to do the practice, the rituals that any given ceremony may call for. And mind you, not all ceremonies require sacrifice, blood sacrifice. There are many ceremonies that actually function with adimus, or offerings that are of fruit, of cooked goods, of grains, and of other things, right? So, but to think of, you might go to a person for a reading, an individual, definitely, but that individual may have other people working with them to prepare the space before your arrival, to make sure that in case when you're on the ground casting shells or casting the epaulet, that they can call on someone to bring something from a sacred chamber in case it's required. There's someone who could be called to go fetch a plant in case a certain omiero or bush bath is required for a client, right? So these are intricate, integrated systems that require collectivities for its function. So that's one of the things when we think about how does this work globally, and I'm using global not in terms of in terms of like world spaces, but as a holistic structure, it requires people with different knowledge bases. They're highly hierarchical, right? So they're within the traditions when it comes to cooking foods, for example, very specific people who make foods. Like I don't cook the sacrificial food for my head because I'll be sacrificing my head, right? So there are people who will, and I don't eat the meats that are for my animal, for my head, orisha. So there are those that training that comes with it. There's a quiet attunement. It does require a settling, a quieting, a capacity to stand in stillness. And recognizing that in that standing of stillness, you're not standing alone, right? And we all have ancestors. We all have them. How we choose to revere them, to venerate them, depends on what we are taught, depends on what we're called to do, depends on the dreams that we have, the whispers that we hear. But they come to us. If we are still enough to hear them, we hear them. And once you develop and really have that relationship with your ancestral base, it's hard to really go astray. If you really listen, if you really align yourself to that, it's one of the greatest protectors, right? And so you have many who in certain systems that are like, well, Akan-based traditions are ancestral traditions. Congo-based traditions are ancestral. That's at their core. Iku Boraocha, you can't have Orishas without ancestors, without Egun. So that is the foundation. And I think in terms of being able to recognize that element of what becomes an innovation that is dangerous and what is an innovation that is in alignment, it is that attunement that one develops through the relationships they forge with that ancestral base. I think that's incredibly important. And we know, and also it's important also to recognize that different states do work with, I'm more familiar with the Cuban state in terms of how they have used Yoruba material or Yoruba derived material. Anyone who's familiar with the patakis and the orikis, the prayers, the songs, when Conjunto Folklórico performs a Yoruba suite or a suite that is informed by a Yoruba cosmology and they have the different orishas dancing, they do not present the reglement. They do not present the ritual protocol of the song because they recognize that this is not the space for it. So they won't sing the songs in sequence to how you would hear them in ritual contexts. So although these traditions circulate within highly commercial venues, the template for their presentation is not one and the same as the rules of engagement for their ritual presentation. So we have to be careful. We have to know that. The same thing happens with Vodou, that those who are of the faith who are presenting this material is not just lifting up an azaka ceremony and putting it down in a hotel lobby. It doesn't function that way. So because these are traditions that are highly aestheticized, they are highly performative. the body is the source through which we communicate with the divine. And it's a body that dances, a body that hears and responds to music. So, for example, even the drums that are used within these secular settings aren't drums that are used in ceremonial settings. There's a really sharp distinction that is made. So part of that innovation has been, okay, we have this tradition that can make us money, that people are interested in, that we are going to bring aspect of the folklorized version of it to a stage, but we're not going to bastardize it by using our sacred instruments. So the conga drums that are used in a celebration of Odisha dances aren't the sacred bata. And sometimes you might see bata drums present, but they are abikola, meaning they do not hold anya. They don't have the sacred element of anya, the spirit that lives in the drum. So these are ways in which some of these communities safeguard how you could exploit the tradition while still remain and hold on to aspects of its sacrality. So there are ways that people have been doing this, and that has been state sanctioned, as in the case of Cuba and definitely of Brazil as well. And then you have ways that are a little bit more suspect, yeah. And so we have to consider, like, how do we keep to this? Because no one stages a Eucharist. No one goes in any context, in any place, and recreates the Holy Eucharist. And when we think about what is staged, some of the most sacred of elements in ritual dances, there is an element that is highly sacred, and we see Black bodies and brown bodies always on show, but we don't see this with Tibetan Buddhists. We don't see it with those who practice Christianity in its more orthodox sense, right? So we also have to question, what is it about our practices, Africana traditions, that subject them to this hypervisibility in secular frames, whereas other traditions that are deemed sacred are somehow excluded from that level of hypervisibility. Tourism boards don't see those traditions as being something that they could exploit in the same way. And part of the answer is that is because many entities do not deem Africana practices as legitimately sacred. And therefore, they are subject to the levels of desecration. And so it's highly complex, right? It's highly complex.
Right. Well, I really thank you for that consideration. Was there a hand just now in the audience? There, so. Okay, we're winding down now. So many other questions I have, but you've given us so much of your valuable time. Yeah, yes, and you're back again. Now, when you were talking about exploitation there and looking at the different ways, the differences, I thought of television, movies. They certainly do recreate the Eucharist and
the 12 stations during Easter. Yeah.
Yes, Tibetan rituals and so on, though, it's not the same as being on stage for tourism in a hotel. I guess in a way, it might have moved from the street onto television and been displaced by the African traditions, I was thinking about Obia as practiced in the smaller islands in the Eastern Caribbean and so on, where they're divorced from something like a Zion congregation. In that situation, it's an individual who is the practitioner, right? Would you, how do you see Obia within the same context that you were just describing earlier, as individual versus community and so on?
Yeah, that's one of the that's one of the areas that I find really interesting because it relies on the singularity of an individual to hold all of the medicines, to hold those practices. I'm, you know, and my interaction with science, with men, with scientists in this way, have, you know, I've encountered them functioning as individuals, yes. And it does, for me, it does give me caution. It gives me caution for much of what I shared earlier. It gives me caution in terms of who holds them accountable. And that is something like what, you know, one could say their faith, but I feel more comfortable for me as an individual recognizing and seeing the base from which they function. Because knowledge and that kind of those gifts, while they may come naturally, their capacity to evolve and to be at the heightened level of the heightened levels of development that they could be used as healing devices, that requires the knowledge of others. Let's say these are many of the traditions that I'm speaking of are initiatory practices. I'm unsure how Obia exists within the framework of initiatory traditions. Because initiatory traditions, what that does is it links you to a sacred lineage. It links you to a kind of a genealogy that holds those in that genealogy accountable. So if you're doing nonsense and someone say, what seed make you, or from what pot, to use a Yoruba and even a Haitian, a Vodun idea, from what pot were you born? That says so much, right? From what pot were you born? No one is born just so. You don't just appear out of the sky. Your genealogy is important. How do you trace? That's why the Moyuba, when we say our prayer of reverence, we call on the lineage of which we are a part. I pay reverence to, and you pay reverence to the elemental forces, the sun, the moon, the four winds. I pay reverence to the first teachers. I pay reverence to the first children of those teachers. And then you yourself name your teachers, right? And you are able to say, and you use if you know their spiritual name, you use their spiritual name, you may use their first name, and you may then also say a child of, so forth. So I will name my godfather who's Ibaye Omiro Ereke Omoyamaya. So I come from him. I'm born directly of his pot, his sopera. When I speak of his pot, I'm speaking of where his orisha resides. And when you're initiated, you feed both the pot of which you're coming from and your own. So you always have that lineage, that line. This is a line that does not exist, as far as I understand it, within Obia. And this is where it exists in another category of Africana spiritualities, because it's not an initiatory tradition.
Yannick, we're going to keep that cliffhanger because you're up next.
Okay, blessings.
You're up next, and we should
Uh,
give you So I wanted to finish with that. Well,
Yeah,
to pause
that's
with
good.
that cliffhanger,
Yeah,
and I am
and I
going to
don't have a
propose.
PowerPoint for the next, so that's perfect. I didn't have time to do a PowerPoint for the knowing. I couldn't quite visualize it.
So I'm going to propose that we start there for the next session, because the next session is ways of knowing, understanding African traditional spirituality as ways of knowing, and that issue of the individual obey practitioner versus institutionalized spiritual systems. I think we can start with and segue into the other ways of knowing. So I think we'll pause for a short break, not because the chair's cell phone is actually saying 10:30 when it's 11:30 here. So he was of the he thought we had another hour to go for the first session. So we'll take a quick pause, just about 10 minutes, I guess, 10 minutes, and we'll come back and just continue on.
all these things. Why have you chosen to keep the name? To Germany, I understand that, but you know, attach my name to all the I felt but like that, divided. Very like we were imagine other people. We saw and introduced information mistakes. She was a that's a very good way. So, clearly she wanted, she's, I don't, that I can understand, but she's still not getting no pictures. And, she left to them, basically. Okay, I'm also creative performing arts. Good afternoon.
Hi, good afternoon.
Hi, Annie.
Yeah, just checking in. Um,
You
Okay.
hearing me? Hello, hello.
yes. Oh,
Good, good.
let me- yeah, the sacred one, yeah. Are things we can guarantee? Hello?
Okay. Right, welcome back all. A little later than we'd planned. Okay, we move on now. This session is on understanding African and Caribbean traditional spirituality as ways of knowing and technologies. Ways of knowing. And sitting next to me is Queen Mother Arika Jelani, who, no need to be so serious. Queen Mother, spiritual Baptist mother, she trod Rastafari. She is well known in Barbados here as a keeper of the basketry tradition. And I also have the privilege of knowing her through her work towards her PhD, where we consult each other quite a lot. So Mother Irika is studying the uses of plants and other objects in creating spiritual space in the Orisha and spiritual Baptist traditions of Barbados, Trinidad and Tobago, especially, and St. Vincent. Okay. Also, we have back with us again Dr. Yannick Hume, Senior Lecturer in the Department of Cultural Studies at Cave Hill Campus, Barbados, University of the West Indies, where she's head of department. And actually, she is the PhD supervisor of Mother Irika. And then online, we have Sister Sarah Toby Mota, South Africa. Sarah Toby Mota is co-founder of the Umpakatsi Peace Village. She holds a master's in international human rights. She's a climate activist and a champion of indigenous knowledge. So welcome, Mother Sarah. And then, is that it? Is that it? Is that us? Yes. No, we have Burton Sankarelli, who is a Trinidadian philosopher, writer, independent scholar. He's been a newspaper columnist. And I've had the privilege of consulting Trinidad. He was one of our speakers yesterday and continued with us this morning. So let's kick off. With Mother Sarah. Mother Sarah, you can self-introduce your talk. Welcome. Okay, we're not hearing you yet. Okay, there you go. We can hear you.
Thank you, Program Director, and all protocols observed. Gratitude to my President, Princess Chief Nikiwe Pam, who is a global president for African indigenous leaders, and has made this connection possible. Until 2 years ago, each time I'm based in South Africa, as the program director mentioned, each time I hear a voice of the brothers and sisters in the diaspora, in the Caribbean, each time I hear them speak, or maybe sing or observing their festivals, I couldn't hold it. I will always cry, and I'll cry so deeply because I could sense the pain even when they speak, the intergenerational pain that they carry. It comes clearly in my spiritual world. As program director mentioned, I'm an activist. I'm also a scholar in indigenous knowledge systems, and I'm a healer as well, a herbalist. I live in a rural village next to the borders of Swaziland, and my spiritual powers are so heightened for the fact that I'm located and born in what is today called the cradle of life. Since 2018, this area where I'm located, UNESCO declared it a heritage site of having the oldest geological structures on Earth. And interestingly, they are starting to rename the routes, the mountains, using biblical terms. One of the roads by the village where I stay now, it has been renamed and is titled now Genesis Route. Not far, because we have reserves and reserves of gold. One of the mines is called Sheba, taking from Queen Sheba, and some of the place sites are called Caledonia. Anyway, yes, until 2 years ago, when I started to reconnect again with the diaspora community, I have been engaging with them in programs such as this, and my healing is starting to happen slowly, because I realize that the pain that they carry, that I hear on their voices, is also a pain that I carry, because we have that genealogical connection, that DNA connection, which dates almost 400 years ago. So being in the cradle of life, where life started, so I can sense and pick up energies. And talking about innovations and the spiritual connections that are related, I always call these innovations as ancestral innovations. Our AI, our ancestral innovations that have been there in this UNESCO confederation. This place is calculated to be 3.6 to 4.6 billion years old. It has a footprint which is 2 feet high. And one of the seers whom you might have read or heard about, Baba Credo Mutwa, visited the site, the footprint, and he indicated that this footprint is a footprint of a feminine figure. At that time, that figure was naked and is called Imbuluzi. And the second footprint, he said, is in Asia, which means our being, our structures physically, we were that tall. So I'm just trying to connect facts. We also in this area found, it's also interesting, it's named biblically, an oldest clock on earth, dated to be 75 million years or billion, 75 million years old. It has been by the Westerners, it's called that site Adam's calendar. It's a site that is visited by many nations. But interestingly, those nations are not looking like you and me. But anciently, as we unraveling and learning about this history, this is a potent site where our kings and queens used to be initiated. These are the potent sites for healing all forms of violence that we sometimes get to be to be that we normally come across. So these sites have healing, high potent healing energies, and where the clock is located, it's a place which has the highest magnetic field on Earth. I can go on and on. I will start my presentation, though I'm way in the middle, by mentioning what needs to be done. We know the problems. We know that here, for example, in South Africa, most of us, which means people that look like me, in schools, we were taught biblical studies. We didn't have any other options for other studies. Those were discouraged. So the spiritual discourse in the African indigeneity has been suppressed over generations. And the call is that from the wealth of these innovations that we have carried through the ancestral DNA, the call is that there has to be some form of projects on spiritual heritage tourism or ecotourism, where we get to experience the richness and the wealthness and the commonalities that exist in this, I can call us a nation. We are a nation of people that have been exposed to all forms of violence, including being enslaved, and in South Africa being apartheid, and now the new colonialization, which is called neo-colonialism. So there has to be a need for that. There's a need for that work where we do exchanges on spiritual heritage ecotourism so that we can unlearn. Previous speakers did speak about how the work that we are doing on spirituality has been commercialized. And definitely we must, as much as possible, distance ourselves from the commercialization and the global capitalism that thwarts our narratives and gets embedded in the narrative of pricing, transacting on this work. This work should be based on this notion of spiritual Ubuntu, of hospitability, of being hospitable, and other forms of exchanges, like bartering, for example, like solidarity economies that have sustained our indigenous, our ancient elders up until the industrial or the commercialization era of our being. Because as beings, as Abantu, as Africans, our beings, just our being has been commercialized in many ways. I cannot say much. You know it. And the most appreciation, which is what is happening now, the South-to-South cooperation that is happening. It's my first time to attend and participate in a platform of this nature. This needs to be amplified, and Dr. Nikiwe, Princess Pam, is already doing that work. It's for us, me, for example, and others to be mobilized and promote and live this work, because it's beyond talking about it in boardrooms. It's making it a living and a learning practice. So this type of work will help us towards what towards what I call a global collective healing project. That is sacred in nature, sacred in a sense that I hear a lot about social media being used to promote the work that we do. While that is positive in another way, but I'm looking forward to an area where the south to south activists, healers, spiritual advocates have their own independent platform, wherein if they want to share sacred information, it's contained within and not somehow located in a Western digital bank where everyone can access it. That's one. So the global healing project, collective healing, has to start, and I believe this is the start, or it had already started, because I was not aware of this platform. I feel this is a global collective healing project that is happening, and from a project to a program. So our identities, and it continuously being shaped by the Western values because they have dominated us in many ways. So it's part of reclaiming our identities, which all the negative practices that were imposed on us, which all of you are aware of, they were aimed at destroying our identities. So, for example, in the African continent, our identities, and in all of the work that was done, the negative work that was done towards taking our brothers and sisters to the West, it was to take us away from our land, from our cultures, which include also spirituality. It intersects our identities, our language, our cultures, and of course, identity include our spiritual practices. So for us to rebuild this collective is to restore back those practices. Of course, land is a huge problem. Where I'm sitting, because land is of value, both with the surface and underground resources, we Africans here in South Africa, we still own 16% of our land. 70% is still in the hands of the majority, and the 4% is in the hands of others. So we still own 16%. So spirituality is connected to access to land. And it's through the spirit that we can defeat these challenges, whatever and wherever we are. And I'm still looking forward in this global collective healing project for a sacred healing space where we will host, for example, our conference. They might call it a witchcraft conference, where we work spiritually to defeat all that is making impossible for us to reclaim our identity. So in that conference, I reimagine all the best spiritual leaders to come together with their first aid kits, which means all your concoctions should be in that first aid kit, where we will be firing these energies that can stop, as the feminine. You might know the feminine spirits in the room. They will know that we can manipulate energies. We can manipulate weather. We can talk to the weather. We can stop rain. We can stop hurricanes. We can also create and manufacture rain. We have that capacity. Even thunder, we can call on it to stop, or we can strike. So I'm calling for that collective to not, quite often they say, I've been bewitched by my neighbor. I'm looking for a platform where if bewitching a neighbor does exist, why can't we bewitch the system that continuously entrench? Yes, I see the audience. That continuously entrenches and forces itself to us and maintain their status quo. We should find that spiritual energy through some witchcraft, global conference, sacred, exclusive, because the system also does hold exclusive meetings to continue sustain the oppressions, the exclusions that continuously get experienced by us. So in a nutshell, I will say if our ancestral innovations were not so important, Benin City, the artifacts of Benin City could have not been removed and got to be displayed somewhere else in other continents. All the artifacts of the pyramids and some of the sacred objects, if our spiritual work was not, or spirituality was not so important, those items would have not been removed and placed in the New York Museum, because you can spend 1.5 days just walking through the museum in New York, just observing all the artifacts that were taken from Egypt. I can mention many. So our ancestral innovations have been there, our AI have been there, but the way the narrative is championed is as if nothing existed beyond 400 years of this enslavement, of these oppressions that we have seen. It's as if we didn't have. So my first point of argument is that all the Benin artifacts in the city of Benin, if that was not important, then why it was important for others to remove and take it out of our continent? And still, it's hard to bring those artifacts back. I give honor to all the seek to find their spiritual identity, because our spiritual identities as Africans are so diverse. And I get to ask myself, for example, why the Yoruba traditions are so much promoted than the other traditions within the Igbo communities. For example, their deity is Imhoga. And there's not much known about the other deities of other, ethnic groups, because Africa has thousands and thousands of ethnic groups, especially also in West Africa. So as we go along in this journey of finding our innovations and collaborations, we need to find the elders from all the ethnic groups, wherever and whenever wherever we think we came from. And through those oral traditions, we might get to know where or which parts, like as individuals, where we originated from. Though the system, as much as possible, tries to destroy those records, but the oral traditions And the way we normally get stories, they will help us to trace our identity and collectively go for a witchcraft conference to reclaim what is ours. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mother Sarah. You have spoken quite richly and strongly, putting out some imperatives there, which we'd love to follow up. I'm going to first sort of refer to a couple of the points that you made. By the way, I've had the privilege of visiting South Africa and also Swaziland, your neighbor, and being a guest of King Dlamini as part of a scientific delegation to Swaziland, and became aware of the vastness of your muti, your plant knowledge, and you're sitting there with this peaceful, quiet look on your face, and I know that you have a vast knowledge of plant heritage there. We have lost an image of Mother Toby Mota. Oh, there she is. Okay. So you've called for sharing of this type of knowledge in our own space, right? Which is not owned by others. Everything that I put on Facebook does no longer belong to me. And it can be accessed by everybody. And then you've called for something even more powerful, a coming together of our diverse leading spiritual leaders, right, to do the spiritual work that is necessary to break the bondage. So we hear you, and thank you for sharing with us those ways of knowledge and promoting our spiritual technologies. Now, before I talk anymore, I'm going to ask if there are any questions in the audience for Mother Sarah or online. Okay, none online at the moment, and I'll just hold the questions from the audience for a bit. Would like to also extend thanks to the princess for allowing your participation in this meeting, and hope that she will join us online someday, or maybe even in person. You talked of diversity, and would you say that diversity and innovation is a very basic characteristic of African knowledge?
Yes, Chair. Before I come to your question, there is a question on the chart, which is what if a person does not have knowledge about their heritage, their ancestral heritage? That is the work of the spiritual leaders to assist the authentic spiritual leaders, indigenous knowledge system holders. It's their work to sniff through their aerials, because they have these, I call them digital ancestral aerials, the DAAs. They have the ability, if they still hold their integrity as custodians of indigenous knowledge, they can read and be able to find the necessary connections for those that have lost or cannot trace their roots. And the work of indigenous leaders is very key. That's why we work with them, because the indigenous leaders, besides the fact that they have been they've been affected by the current values of corruption, dishonesty, and so forth. Our work is to align the indigenous leaders to their core, and through them, one of the strategy is to connect with them so that we can be able to trace someone's genealogical history. But there are many tools. I was just mentioning the aerials that can sniff, I'm sure you hear me, that can sniff the ancestry for that particular individual, but also working as a second tool to work with indigenous leaders to then tell us and connect us to the ancestry for that particular person. There is a recipe I can add more, and we can debrief the person later outside of the group as to how to go about. Then diversity is very key because in our identities, we are so diverse. We speak different languages. We also, from every region where we are, we might be following a different or practicing different diverse forms of spiritualities. We might also be located within a certain, biodiversity of medicine, for example, which you have mentioned. So biodiversity is a big concept for us. We look at it in an ecosystemic way, and on how nature is so diverse and is able, though, in their biodiversities and differences to coexist and see the strength of one, the weakness of another one as a strength, and therefore in an ecosystem feed to each other for our completeness, and not use the biodiversity as a source of conflict, but as a source of strength. Because what is a challenge in today's world is identities or biodiversities that think they can live or sustain itself exclusively from the other. Hence, to be diverse should be a strength rather than a point of conflict. Medicine, as an example, here in South Africa, the medicine is different from one in the Caribbean. So the both, medicines or schools of medicines, they can complement each other and strengthen the practice or whatever is needed to be done.
Thank you very much for going back and getting that question online from Sister Sharon. And we can indeed arrange for you to counsel her offline. But it is an issue for most of us over here on this side of the world that we do not know the specific lineages that we come from. And so a question of whether we need to know that knowledge, that lineage at all, is one. And if we do need to know that lineage for certain technological applications, certain spiritual applications, how do we find it? So thank you for addressing that. Please, where's the microphone? Oh, great. Thank you.
Is it on? Yes. Thank you, Mother of South Africa. Thank you, moderators today. Thank you, Derek, and everyone for these sessions starting yesterday. I'd like to speak into what was just indicated. I think that in order for deeper meaning to resonate with all of us here and all of us online and globally who have ancestral ties into Africa, we must know which regions or people came from. Yesterday, I was extremely impressed with all I heard, but I also recognize that the spirituality was very much centered in Yoruba. For me, I have access using the electronic purchase of a DNA kit through Ancestry.com. I hesitated at first, and then I did this some years back. I hesitated from the point of view, how is my DNA going to be used by these people? But then I threw that out the window, and I recognized the value that such a test would have for me on a personal level in my personal life journey. And I discovered through this DNA test, and it is solid information, that I have a 23% DNA based in Benin and Togo, that I have 11% in Ivory Coast and Ghana, 5% in Central West Africa, 5% in Nigeria, 2% in Mali. Central Nigeria, I have 1%. When you add those together, the difference to 100% is based in various countries, mainly in Europe, and one of them in Southeast Asia area. I'm sharing this today, and I felt I should share it yesterday, but then I wasn't ready, and I don't do anything until I'm ready. And I knew the readiness was coming today. This is where the people of Barbados who are interested in connecting with Africa need to start. And what I have listened to and observed today and in other forums I have attended over the years is that most Barbadians are linking themselves solely to the area in Africa which by the late 1800s was named by Europeans, Nigeria. And I therefore found myself, and I am urging others, to examine ancient maps of Africa produced by Europeans, but which captured the names of the empires across the continent. And within those areas, then place that map on a modern day map. And you will see where these modern names that I just called out, except Benin, fall. And this will help you in this journey to link with Africa. And moreover, there has been a development in the Ancestry.com results, which always will be with you because they come back to your email. And that development occurred in the last 2 years, where they're now breaking down the area within Benin and Togo into the ethnic groups that I carry the bloodline to. This will allow me sometime before I depart to travel to those areas and to experience the culture, the religion, the society firsthand. I hope my share will help others here today. There is a cost to it. You do need to have somebody in America mail it back. But I ask, if you can spend the equivalent of 49 US on something here in Barbados, which may never give you that meaningful connection, surely you can spend the equivalent to do the DNA test. I threw out the window my worry about my DNA being used for scientific purposes. I don't care about that. because something about me is going to be used for scientific or cultural or religious or whatever reason anyway. Right now, everyone's data in Barbados that was captured by the government, whether it's your ID card or whatever, is being used somewhere. Your credit card is being used somewhere. So I am sharing that part of the connection to your religious and your spiritual identity is very much tied to you knowing where your people were from. Now the choice is wide for me. The speaker earlier this morning, speaking from Guinea-Bissau, indicated that he's there to get married because his DNA fell there, his DNA results. And I wonder to myself if his DNA result was solely in that area or if it was like mine. So these are things that will happen in this journey, and you'll have to ask not only yourself but others. Thank you.
Wow, thank you very much. That's a great compliment to what we're doing. And yes, thank you for connecting us back with the first talk of the Balanta heritage. So I think we have to press on though. We will try and return to Mother Sarah Toby later on, if you're still with us. And I invite Mother Irika, right, to go ahead and give her talk.
Yes, Chair, I'm still here, but I want to just say something in addition to what the latter speaker shared. It's important we triangulate the data, that we don't use one source. Being here in Africa, quite often the apps that we use are not constructed by us, and they always have an agenda behind. So it's important we triangulate the data and don't rely on one source. I think this is another source, and I've mentioned two, and I said there's many. We are aware of this tool, hence we want to try to find as much as possible. Every year I host Black Americans. Normally they are women. They have a calling on their ancestors and their lineage, whatever the spirit is telling them. Quite often it's telling them that it's between South Africa and Swaziland. So that's also another way in which we're trying to find out the lineage of people through people's spirit also guiding them and their ancestors speaking to them when they're in a trance where they originate. So thank you so much. Over to you, Program Director.
No, thank you very much for that. I listened to you very carefully when you talked about traditional healers who can sniff out connections, and I will want to hear more about that as we go along. And then the ownership of the DNA databases is definitely an issue, in addition to the ownership of our knowledge systems. And I do know that indigenous peoples organizations around the world are trying to see what can be done about creating independent and protected spaces for these technologies. All right, Sister Irika, it's your turn.
It's already on. It's saying it's screen sharing. I don't know.
Yes, she has shared. Shall we share again? Yes, so we're just, oh, here's Sister Erika, and we're just adjusting something here on Zoom that will allow her to share. So, cameras on me, please, yep, thank you. And somebody standing in the way, yep. I was thinking about the space that you live in, Sister Sarah, which is so the cradle of life, 100,000 years of human activity, and we are discovering, archaeologists are discovering all those footprints and new types of bones of humans in that area. It's so rich. And we've been in that continent for so very long. Sometimes when I hear us talking about manifestations of African tradition in the Caribbean, we list things like certain dances, call and response, and so on. But one of the lessons I think I hear coming out from this talk and others is that we may need to think of innovation and diversity of one of the basic characteristics of Africanity that came with us. Okay, so, right, I think we're ready, right? And over to you.
Greetings to everyone in this audience today, both physically and those online. My name is Irika Jelani, a mother, wife, student, teacher, cultural and spiritual practitioner. I have my own space, Ngozi's Farm and Cultural Sanctuary, located in Turners Hall, St. Andrew, Barbados. It is a pleasure to be invited and given the opportunity by Dr. Murray to be here with you, beautiful people. Today, as we focus on the segment of this symposium which deals with African and Caribbean traditional spirituality as ways of knowing and technology. I will keep moving, but this come and assist with some tech. The purpose of my presentation, entitled Spirituality as Knowledge and Technology, is to demonstrate that African and African-derived spiritual traditions are technologies of the sacred. These traditions show us that epistemologies, ways of knowing, and divine rituals are not simply symbolic, but they are systems that secure survival, enable healing, transformation, and advance liberation. Situating these traditions as epistemologies and technologies highlight that they are structured repository for generating, validating, and transmitting knowledge. While other Afro-Caribbean traditions will be mentioned, the central focus is on the spiritual Baptist faith and Rastafari, examining relation to Western epistemological frameworks, points of convergence, and differences with modern science and the implication for education, policy, and epistemic justice. Afro-Caribbean spirituality carries ancestral memory across the Middle Passage. During the Atlantic slave trade, the various spiritual traditions adapted under the struggles and economic pressures of colonial rule and continues to shape identity and liberation today. Traditions such as Ifa, Voodoo, Santeria, Obia, Orisha, Spiritual Baptist, and Rastafari are living epistemologies. They teach us how to heal, resist, and reimagine community. Knowledge of spirit, ancestors, land, and community are all part of this epistemic system, rituals, songs, and oral storytelling encode ancestral cosmology, while divination and spiritual readings function as knowledge technology for revelation and decision making. Whether it is cutting a Bible proof, using cowrie shells, throwing coal and nut to conduct an Odu. When we look closely at epistemologies, in African tradition, knowledge is generated through oral transmission, embodied practices, ecological wisdom, and ancestral authority. These epistemologies insist that truth is lived, sung, danced, and ritually enacted. By contrast, in Western epistemology, let me take my time. Epistemology's knowledge is validated through experiment, replication, and text. And we all know that it is a level of codification in terms of how they deal with classifications and so on. This contrast set the stage for understanding how African and Caribbean tradition challenged Western dominance in defining what counts as knowledge. The difference is not about hierarchies or superiority, but about paradigms, frameworks, and worldviews that expand what counts as knowledge. Hence, African epistemologies demand recognition of community and spirit as legitimate sources of truth and ways of knowing. This opens avenue for epistemic justice, where African ways of knowing can be treated as equal partners in knowledge production. This opens avenues where African ways of knowing are treated as equal production, a phenomenon that connects spirituality directly to intellectual and practical systems. When we go a little deeper in analyzing technologies of the sacred, we must bear in mind that technologies of the sacred are mechanisms and tools of transformation. Music, drums, bells, melodious singing, whether solemn or loud, are ritual gestures that animate worship. The interchanging paradigms of song, rhythm, and vibration emanating from humans and instruments are powerful mechanisms that aid physical, emotional, and spiritual healing. Drumming patterns alter consciousness, opening portals to spirit. Herbal preparation carry both pharmacological potency and cosmological meaning. Ritual patterns facilitate spirit possession, a disciplined technology of embodiments. Songs and stories encode cosmologies and ethics functioning as mnemonic archives. Through these ritual technologies, worship becomes a holistic act of devotion, integrating song, movement, spirit, which sustains identity, resilience, and collective memory. Offering of food, fruits, animals, sweets, grains, and other substances are also ritual technology, operating as tools for transformation and communication to the divine, to show love, say thank you, or ask for favor or forgiveness. And we know that in all the different faith systems, there are similarities, but each group or tradition do things a bit differently, or as we say, I do it my way. So these are precise, repeatable system technologies of the sacred that transmit knowledge and sustain survival, challenging colonial dismissals of ritual as superstitious, satanic, or as we often hear, one is Obi people that believe in bare foolishness. It must be reinforced that sacred technologies are not separate from epistemology. They are its living form of expression, showing how Afro-Caribbean communities produce, preserve, and pass on knowledge through embodied practice. They remind us that knowledge is not only written as or tested, but sung and danced and lived in the community. You know, when we dance and when we sing and when we feel joyful, it kind of removes the sorrows and the stress. And as I always say, you know, one place or places that, you know, you don't be considered mad is in the dance hall, the church, or the Retta Street. Because you will find someone in a dance and just there relax listening. And then as you say, when the music hit you, you feel okay, and then you just transform and start to do some movements that you would never even dream that you would do, or you behave in a way or in a manner that you would not even expect. You know, as Erica would say, did I do that? So in this light, traditions such as the spiritual Baptist faith and Rastafari can be understood not only as spiritual movement, but as sacred technologies, systems that generate, validate, and transmit the knowledge, you know, which is the ways of knowing. One of these systems is our healing methods. And healing is a big part of my scholarship that I'm engaged in at the moment, doing my PhD research studies. And healing is central to sacred technologies. In the spiritual Baptist faith, herbal remedies are combined with prayer and rituals, securing a source of hope and strength in communities historically denied access to formal medicine. In Rastafari, to live in a diet rooted in herbs, plants, and ecological balance, sustain body and spirit, while resisting processed, chemicalized colonial diets. You will always hear the Rasta man say, I man don't sit that. I don't deal with local. Ital is vital. Across the Caribbean, voodoo ceremonies, communal dances, and Orisha rituals restore and build harmony between body, spirit, and the collective community. Likewise, Rastafari groundation sessions and spiritual Baptist ceremonies serve as platform that generate healing, which is very multidimensional. Sweet basil, comfrey, lemongrass, blue vervain, sage, turmeric, thyme, seed under the leaf are some of the many herbs used in various methods of preparation and treatment, such as bush teas, spiritual baths, poultices, to alleviate and relieve colds and other maladies. And you know, the old people will always say bush tea is good for you. You bewitch where you need a good bush bath. So these are customs that we come out as children, and we often hear, or sometimes as children growing up, you know, they will always give some good Corolla or Cersei bush or bald head bush, you know, some of the most yellow dot, some of the most bitter substance to drink, and then drink it to purge all your Epsom salts in your tea. So, you know, these are custom shark oil. So these are customs that, you know, that transcend generations all across the boundaries of both the Caribbean and Africa and so on. So these practices pass on through intergenerational transmission, storytelling, apprentice sitting at the feet of the elders, also act of resistance and, you know, and continuity. They sustain communities who found them more reliable and affordable, or who were denied access to colonial medical systems due to long waits at the clinics or the hospitals and excessive costs. Herbs carry cosmological meaning as well as pharmacological potency, linking healing to ancestors and spirit worlds. And today, many of these remedies are recognized in contemporary ethnopharmacological and wellness movements, showing their enduring relevance. Herbal remedies form part of an integrated system of care, balancing physical health, spiritual connection, and ecological harmony. And you know, we always talk about the earth, the land, the vegetation, And some which come a lot, as I wrote in my dissertation, from creation stories and Genesis in the Bible, which is one of the texts that both Rastafari and Spiritual Baptists use to validate the things they do or why they do the things they do. Baptists have a scripture for everything, whether it's anointing, whether it's sealing, washing of the feet, they find a scripture to validate that. So as technologies of botanical knowledge, healing encompasses restoration of the body, the spirit, and the land. And a lot of the images that you're seeing here came from years and years of traveling, through Barbados, Trinidad, St. Vincent, and taking photographs and doing my ethnographic studies. And this is like, my supervisor always say, store them well, preserve them properly. So I do my best so I'm sharing some of them here with you today. When we look at Rastafari liberty, Rastafari emerged in Jamaica in the 1930s as both a spiritual and political movement. It refrains biblical texts through an Afrocentric lens, positioning Ethiopian as Zion and colonial systems as Babylon, while remembering a longing for Africa, the ancestral homeland and spiritual center. Rastafari chant fire and brimstone against the injustices of imperial masters. It evolved as a rutical foundation movement, agitation for freedom, equal rights, and black redemption. More than a religion, Rastafari is a conscious technology, resisting imperialism and affirming black divinity worldwide. Rastafari technologies include the unique I language, emphasizing collective divinity, unity, and what we always say, a oneness. Epistemology is rooted in liberty, the practice of being in harmony, and this comes up, and I repeating it all the time. Where nature, spirit, grounded in outer living, the connection to Jah, ways of knowing include reasoning sessions, chanting, visiting brethren and sistering, whether it's at the business place or here in Barbados, we had Temple Yard, which we hope will soon be open, is now under refurbishment, and herbal wisdom, where they sit in commune and reason from anything, politics, religion, any topic. You will always, especially in the early days of the uprising of Rastafari, you will find a lot of reasonings. So farming the land, herbal remedies, and outer diet sustain health. As I said, resist colonial diets, and really build us in a conscious awakening of who we are as a people. These practices promote self-reliance, food security, and sustainable living. Nyabingi drumming is a frequency technology that produces altered states and collective energy. Alongside fire herb fumigation, smoking the chalice as sacrament, and ritual ganja use, these practices form the spiritual backbone and heartbeat of Rastafari healing tradition. Yet, the holy herb, central to Rastafari identity, remains entangled in persecution under prohibitive drug laws, highlighting the liberation struggle to defend sacred healing practices. As the author Melissa Bourne observed, the reverence and wide uses afforded to this sacred yet prohibited herb has invited judicial proceeding to determine whether religious freedom or the interests of the state should prevail. The mantra to legalize the medicinal holy herb continues to reverberate across the Caribbean and the world. Ganja is embraced not only for healing but also for meditation, deepening spiritual connection during communal and sacred gatherings. Reggae music is another sacred technology, a global transmitter of Rastafari philosophy. Chanting songs of freedom helps break the chains of oppression and offers solace and comfort. Rastafari demonstrate that technology can be rooted in rhythm, ecology, and liberation, not only in machines or the pillars of colonial Babylon. Taken together, spiritual Baptist and Rastafari practices illustrate African Caribbean cosmologies in action, ways of knowing that are spiritual, embodied, relational, and practical, enacted through sacred technology that transmit and transform the ordinary spaces into sacred ones. And you know, there's a very important point because, for instance, and I will come to that a bit when it touch on spiritual Baptists. You know, the Rastaman always got a fire. He talk about the fire hearth. When there's a Naibengi session, the fire always burning, and they always have a fireman outside to ensure that the fire don't ever dwindle, but the logs are continue to feed into the fire to keep it burning. So ritual is not superstitious. It is a disciplined system of knowledge transfer. And I want to look at spiritual Baptists in terms of what it represents within ways of knowing. The spiritual Baptist faith, rooted in African cosmology and Christian influences, developed in the Caribbean as a powerful technology of resilience. Despite prohibition ordinances in St. Vincent, 1912 to 1965, and in Trinidad, 1917 to 1951, the faith endured underground. And you know, Baptists always have something named the Watchman. The persistent show how spirituality itself becomes a technology of resistance against colonial suppression. It also underscores liberation and redemption through repeal and national recognition, seen in St. Vincent with the annual celebration in May. Like, for instance, last year, St. Vincent was awarded through the government their first bank holiday. And for many years, Trinidad at the end of March also celebrate Spiritual Baptist Liberation Day. And here in Barbados, with the renaming of the Fairchild Street bus stand in honor of the late patriarch Granville Williams. In the Spiritual Baptist tradition, epistemology is revealed through spirit possession, visions, and ancestral guidance. Ways of knowing are embodied in morning ritual, fast and prayer, the experience of catching the spirit. It's ritual, fasting, songs, chants, and ecstatic worship really and truly are embodied technology that transform consciousness, recalibrate the self, and preserve ancestral wisdom. The song of bells, drumming, and the call and response plays a central role, creating altered states of knowing. So the singing and the dancing, the incense burning, serve as mechanism to open portals up to the spirit, transforming worship into this disciplined system of knowledge. That is the key point today, ways of knowing. Strength and continuity. So songs and the rhythms and mnemonic devices, preserving theology and oral history, the blending of herbal remedies with spiritual invocation are healing practices that help us through, that help all these marginalized communities through the toughest of times, through the trials, through the tribulations and the temptation of this life. Because they are reliable systems of transformation and are technologies in its truest form. Because I know, and others in the room know, including Bishop Roger and Brother Judah, that it transforms and charges space where the frequency rises, the energies vibrate, where persons might start to shout, scream, cry, wail, catch a power, go off in a trance, walk some roads, and go through channels. Especially when you hear a song like, I heard the voice of Jesus say, hello, you sir, come on and rest. Lay down thy way. Hello, you sir. Rewards. Let you thy head upon thy breast. That's how your pores raising, your head swelling. Are you ready? Hallelujah. That's what we're talking about when we're talking about ritual technologies and the effects that it have on us as a people. And I come down now to my conclusion, where I'm saying, while this tradition intersect with modern science in fields such as pharmacology, rhythm and neuroscience, and ecological sustainability, they diverge sharply in how truth is authenticated. Within African knowledge system, understanding is affirmed through oral transmission. You know, in the old days, people always got a story, and they would sit down and they would talk. Them days they used to got the lamps and the flambeau. It didn't all the electricity and all of this, materialism. But the knowledge was rich. And the embodied practice, the spirit possession, and all this communal consensus. These are the framework which insists that wisdom is lived, man, and enacted ritually. By contrast, Western tradition emphasizes logic, scientific inquiry, record keeping, and codified texts, elevating critical thought as a basis for validation and measurable outcomes. The difference is not about top-ranking worldviews, but in perspective, where African frameworks widen the boundaries and broaden the definition of knowledge, insisting that communal life and spiritual presence are authentic and legitimate grounds of understanding what stands as truth. Through ritual ceremonies, rituals, songs, herbs, and rhythm, communities have safeguarded the knowledge system that challenge Western definitions of science and rational, logical, empirical proofs. Wisdom is not only written in books or tested in laboratories, but it's come down to the dungu, where we get in the kivi. Where we get in the kivi, when we get down the kivi, start to walk some roads and march with our foot hitting earth, because in the olden days, when our traditions were banned, our body became the percussive instruments. So we clap and we stomp and we shake, and shout. We shout loudly. That's the way of these technologies. And I would say right now, they are all part of our ancestral memory and our lived realities. While insights is gained through oral history, dreams, and vision, Afro-Caribbean tradition also embrace an experimental approach of trial and error, transmitted by elders, sages, and ancient wisdom keepers, many of whom carry treasure boxes of sacred knowledge and spiritual recipes to the grave. As elders taught us, as written in the Bible, ask and it shall be given, seek and ye shall find, knock and the door shall be open. For when spirit teaches you, you are well taught. The implications are profound. Education must integrate sacred technologies into curricula. Policy must protect oral and ritual practices as heritage. And epistemic justice demands recognition of African ways of knowing as equal partners in global knowledge production. And I will end by saying, together, spiritual Baptists and Rastafari demonstrate how Afro-Caribbean operates both knowledge and theology, blended systems. And these traditions are not relics of the past, but living systems that continue to heal liberate, and inspire. By understanding them as epistemologies and technologies, we recognize their role in shaping cultural identity and resisting colonial erasure. I thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Yes, thank you. So that was wonderful. Shall we just go home? I would love to take some questions for Sister Mother Afrikan now. So get your questions ready, and there's a microphone still in the audience, and then we'll go to lunch. Burton Salancarelli has been shifted to the 2:30 session, so we'll start on time at 2:30. Yeah, and Dr. Yannick Hume, who we have this morning, right, will not join us for this session anymore, right? So we can take some questions from you now and then move to lunch for you. I hear you say wisdom is lived. Actually, let me back up a bit. One of the reasons that I'm the chair of this session is because I don't understand words like cosmology, epistemology, and so I'm not a philosopher, right? And listening to you guys, I'm sort of groping to understand what's going on. So I'm here to ask those questions for the rest of us who don't understand the words.
Right. So when we talk about epistemologies, we are talking about the framework, the structure. The technologies are the tools and mechanisms by which these systems work.
So this
and what we utilize to activate these systems. And then, ways of knowing based on the session that I was encouraged or asked to speak on, that deals with the pedagogies of knowledge and the way we learn things, the way we understand things, and the way we produce all that we know and all that we do. And as I say, I'm all that I am and all that I can be. So basically, it sounds, that is what was presented to me based on the panel. So that's what, and that is my take. But in layman terms, when I light my coal pot, put my coals, my camphor, my resin and rock incense and some black sage, some sweet sage, and that blaze and the smoke start to rise to the heavens. What we're doing is sanctifying the space, using technology, that tool, to cleanse, purify, and a lot of these things, when I was doing a lot of the discussions, why we do the things we do? What's the meaning? What's the symbolism behind it? You learn it is to remove bad eyes, it is to remove bad energy, remove blight. And those are some of the reasons given, and the main thing is about healing.
Right.
And that's why we do the things we do. And there are different mechanisms. The spirit hit you, and you ring your bell to summons, to call, to dismiss. Everything has its purpose, and everything has its reason. But as my elder Pointer Kemi used to say, if you think that I'm a soldier, come and see. Because it's not everything. Everything might be good to eat, but not everything good to talk.
Okay, so you move quite quickly there from ways of knowing to technologies at your disposal, right? Any particular comment or question in the audience at this point? Okay.
Bishop Roger.
Bishop Roger, do you have a question there? So just grab the microphone, please, and just say who you are.
Bishop Roger Ezekiel King of Kings. Mother Erika, in what ways have displacement, colonialism, and cultural exchange influenced the ways of knowing within African spiritual traditions across the diaspora? In what way? In what ways have displacement, colonialism, and cultural exchange influenced the ways of knowing within African spiritual traditions across the diaspora?
And there's another question here. A comment from lady in the audience, Miss Margaret.
Yes, Margaret Gill. I enjoyed your presentation sorry, what am I doing? Oh, I enjoyed your presentation very much, Mother Erika. I wanted to ask the question, since we are Caribbean people surrounded by the sea, outside of the Pentecostals who I know go take their people to the sea and do baptisms, and so I don't know of the uses of the sea, of our Caribbean sea, as part of the technologies and influence in the ways of knowing that you described in your talk. So if you can give me some information on that, I'd be happy. Okay.
Just a minute, please. Is there a way that we can also see our sister Sarah Toby Mota in South Africa on this screen? Right, thank you. So, yes, go ahead.
Yes. Well, in displacement is a very historical. The fact that we came to the Caribbean through the cruise, that alone in itself is displacement. And, you know, we talk about interregional travel, migratory movements, and so on, where, you know, you move and shift from one place to the next. And it was through that dreaded experience of the transatlantic slave trade that we now find remnants and, you know, of what is and what we are calling Afro-Caribbean spiritual traditions. Because living in the Caribbean and the Americas, we had to adjust, we had to adapt, you know, like change skin like a lizard, a chameleon, in order to survive. And while they were saying our practices are hedonist, superstitious, and devilism and devil worship, well, you know, it was the Church of England through Anglicanism. Then we had the Church of Rome, Catholicism, and the European concept of Christianity. So what I learned the elders did was that syncretic process, you know, along with the advent of different races, the diversities of cultures, where we kind of amalgamate. So we had this cross-fertilization of cultures, and where Caribbean people deal with innovation and creativity to create something unique and worthy to what they're doing. For instance, like in terms of the region, you know, a lot of Caribbean people gone, so we got the diaspora in America, and you find spiritual Baptists in America, England, Canada. So the practices still continue wherever they go. They carry their practices and their cultural habits with them. And even here, if we're having an event, like a lot of us go to Trinidad for Baptist Liberation Day. I was in Vinci last year for Vinci Liberation Day, and a lot of persons come to Barbados for pilgrimage to attend Thanksgivings and vice versa. So I think it's rich. And what I build is community networks. It builds friendship. It helps transfer the knowledge, because one of the things is, how is the knowledge transferred and acquired? And that is a good way how it is transferred and acquired. You know, where we visit each other. And for me, as a researcher and as a student, you know, going to St. Vincent, I don't stay in the house. I want to be in every praise there is. Even here in Barbados, I want to be in the TV. I want to be present. I want to witness it. I don't want nobody to tell me. I want to see it for myself. I want to witness it for myself. And then I go home and I transcribe it. And I jot down my ideas. And take enough pictures that y'all are seeing here today. And you know, this one is in St. Vincent. The one here with the dragon. The one in the middle is a Jeremiah harvest. And the next one is another Thanksgiving. So I just want, I go to do my work. And that is how yes, and you know, you got Santeria and Orisha, you know, Shango, St. Michael, Yemaya, St. Anne. Like, you got the saints, you got the archangel, and everything got the meaning, yeah? So I hope that answered that part of the question. And every faith system developed. We got Vodun in Haiti, Santeria in the Spanish, in the French with Haiti and Vodun. Spanish-speaking countries, you got Santeria and all that. Then here in the English-speaking, we got Orisha, we got Winti, we got Revivalists, we got Kumfa, a lot of different branches, but similar. So in terms of what you asked me, Margaret, yes. Yes, Rastafari, always at the spring. They always at the sea getting a fresh, relaxing reasoning, another point where her reasonings happen and that unification, you know, or I inside the eye for long. What going on? The family Irie, you know, that's the I language. What are I saying? You know, I man Irie Aya. That's the Ayaman language. Then you go into the spiritual baptist now, and then, of course, you have baptism at the sea, baptism at the river. The aquaforces is very important to us, the fresh and the salt. Yeah, and a lot of things happen. I told you all already, it is be on the ground. There's a rumbling under the ground. Hallelujah. There's always on the ground because of the fight, because of the oppression, because of the suppression of our ritual practices. The elders was very wise. And if you go to an elder and ask them why this is that, what's the meaning of that, they will tell you, go to the spirit. But you might, I was sitting down one day, went my lady to interview her, elder lady about 80 something. And she kept me there from 7 o'clock in the morning. And it was only around 6 o'clock the evening that she burst. When I say that she burst, meaning that she started to give me the knowledge and started just like a book, and it was not ready. My recorder was not on, my pen and book was not ready, and it was like, so all it could do is sit down and listen. I mean, she was just giving it, she was signing bands, and she was just saying, you know, God made herbs for the healing of the nation, and there's a herb for everything. And she started to reason, and we do this because of this, and the flag mean this, and this mean this. But Eureka, don't write everything here. Don't let them know everything but we here. So I got to obey. So you can only go so far and no further because they don't always want. That's why I say a lot of the knowledge is in the grave. Because some of them too, well, some people say it is a bit of selfishness, but some people do that to safeguard the knowledge because they say not everybody has good intention and want to learn, you know, sincerely. They want either to learn it, to feel there's big McGuffies, that they arrive and there's the biggest spiritual worker. So like in spiritual battles, for instance, you go to the sea early morning, before your morning break, 3 o'clock, 4 o'clock, and do what you got to do. You know, Beijing say, well, Lord, we can be with some limes and ting. You know, some people might say a little tray, say a little calabash, but that's not for the eyes. You know what I mean? Yeah.
We got a question in the audience, and we got Dr. Hume has her hand raised online. We got a question here in the audience, and Dr. Hume has her hand raised online. Yes, so please take the microphone, and please tell us who you are.
Hi, my name is Joy Workman. I basically is somebody just interested in us as a people and what what is important to us, and us meaning us as Black people of African descent. And I really enjoyed your presentation.
Thank you.
And one of the things you made clear the concept of ways of knowing. And coming on to the end of the presentation, you spoke to truth authentication and what stands as truth. And that resonated in my head, mostly because every time I speak or hear people of faith speak, that is where they take you. That is my truth, and this is truth. And it brings me back to the question of my story, your story, our story. So just speak to that concept of truth, and you said it within the context of healing.
Right. You know, it's like, you remember during COVID-19 when they were saying you have to take the vaccine, or you can't travel, or you can't come to work, or you can't go in certain spaces and all that. You know, there were persons in the Caribbean and the diaspora and other spaces that refuse to take that vaccine, even if they do not travel, even if they lose their jobs, because they have the confidence that whatever they believe and the way they're kind of like process things, and the lack of trust in the system, they preferred, even if it comes to death, not to take that vaccine. So they're going to concoct the ginger and the turmeric and the lime and the honey and all whatever they put inside, cayenne pepper, whatever. But they mean they was not taking that vaccine. That is their truth. When I say, I pray, oh God and my Redeemer, look upon me this our Lord, pity my simplicity, Lord, suffer me to come to thee. And I go down in the valley and I pray, and I kneel before Jehovah's awful throne, and chant the nation dwell with sacred joy. Know that you're God and God alone. Only you can create and you destroy. You understand what I'm saying? So my truth now is, I believe that when I pray, I find solace. I know when I pray, it is remove dark clouds. That is my truth. And I know when I light and ring my bell and I chant the Rastaman called thunder is come, and the lady online spoke about that we have the power within us if we just focus, that if we call for these things, is elemental and is nature and is the forces, that yes, we can achieve it. That is truth. But it might not be your truth, because there's my truth, there's your truth, and there's the real truth. And what we learn is that we should always stand on the letter T. You understand? The truth might be an offense, but it is not a sin.
But you did speak of wisdom is lived, yes? And there means a validation. You sense with the herbs, there was quite a lot of experimentation, trial and error, okay, as different ways. I think all of us as human beings, Joy was trying to bring that out, brought that out. All of us as human beings, we have our skepticisms. Somebody comes up the road and tells you a story, you don't necessarily believe it. Every single person looks for ways of validation, right? And so, as philosophers, academics, you guys You know that there are other ways of validation out there, but you're trying to now bring them into focus because they're being lost. You know, there's the loss of ways of thinking, right? So what I would like to try to capture in this session, maybe next session, is what are these ways of validation? Not just that I think it and so it's good, and that might be one, right? But what are the other ways of validation? We have Dr. Hume also on the line, so if you want to respond to that at all.
Quickly, what I would say, for instance, when I travel to St. Vincent, and there's a piece I wrote in my work, and I go through the rugged terrains, the forests, the pastures. Look, I have Mother Nola from Trinidad. She's right there, sitting in the audience. She's traveling back later. And when I go to Trinidad and she take me all through the bushes, and she's pointing out this plant to me. She's planting out, and we're dealing with the senses, right? Sensory touch, taste, the sight. We don't learn by the standardized way of classification like what the Western model does. But we learn right there where someone will say, Mother Rika, look at this plant, this near Russian bush, and we just use this for this, and we use this for that. And one thing that will come to mind in most Caribbean countries is Corolla or Cersei bush. You got a cold, man, drink some Cersei bush. You got a cough, man, you understand what I'm saying? So in terms of learning and ways of knowing, the elders teaches us in that way, like walk us through, point out. You know, we sit with them when they are preparing the herbal, or when they are gathering and drying and preserving. So we learn in that way. All of that is ways of knowing.
So those are ways of transmitting the technologies.
Yes,
right?
and that is how we learn.
If 10 people have told you that Karaili is a useful bush, for example, for this type of healing or that type of spiritual practice, right? And then another person comes along and says the opposite, right? Which one do you go with? Does it matter how many?
I go in
so
with the tried, the tested, and the proven. And I will tell you this now, moderator, Dr. Richards. As a person, a mother, queen mother, who have now 10 spiritual children, and I had to deal with each of them on an individual level, and persons who come to me for counseling and different things. People will come to you with a problem. But I'm not a medical doctor, so I do the disclaimer early. But I'm a root worker, a spiritual practitioner, who we own ways of divinations and readings, and all what the races is called sussing out things. And the spirit might just come and tell you, look, see this woman? A, B, C, D, E, F, G. Something is based on the proof. Or something is just, well, it's a voice. Come and talk to you. I used to listen. Try this, do that, do that. But then, like sometimes what we learn, I always laugh, Bishop Roger, I always laugh when they say the obeah man, this and that. So if the man or the woman tell you, every 6 o'clock on mornings, used to do A, B, C, D, E, F, G. Or every midday, used to do, but no, you won't do it at 8 o'clock. You won't do it at 1 o'clock. So you don't gotta believe it, you know. But some would do it and meet results. And then they got some who would take 99 bush baths and they can't do nothing for them. You know why? Because the mind ain't right. The intentions ain't clear nor pure. So it's a lot of different dynamics involved in that.
So results is? Yeah, so results is one thing, right? That seems to be one way of validation. And then you talked about proofs in the spiritual Baptist tradition. What's that?
A proof is a proof. I said Bible proofs.
Yes. What do you do?
Yeah, but the doing it important right now, it is the Bible proof.
Yeah.
It is a proof. And it is a way that we just do what we does. And if you want to know, come and see.
Okay, well, the congregation out there is saying that that is something that is not spoken of. Okay, so Dr. Hume is online. Dr.
Thank
Hume, what's your
Yeah,
comment?
no, it builds on, thank you. Thank you for this beautiful panel. And it builds a lot on what Queen Mother Irika is sharing. And I think it's really important. There's a saying, if you know, you know, but not all eyes can see, right? And there is that this understanding. The West like to use a concept of secrets and gossip, or the idea of secrecy. But within many of these systems, to get to your question around knowledge and how do we come to know, these are systems in which the body and the sensorial body, not just the corporal body, but the body and the full capacity of its sensorial agency is what is also part of the knowing. Many Western systems, they codify and categorize knowledge in scripted text. So the idea of epistemology within a Western framework is still wedded to the documentary. And as Queen Mother Irika is sharing, the knowing, as we see, is transmitted orally, but it's also transmitted through embodied apprenticeship, right? So in many of these systems, you have to move into knowing. You don't just come to occupy stations, and not everything. And I'm really delighted to see, even within a panel construct, how Queen Mother Irika is able to pivot, because there are certain things that are not supposed to circulate in certain frameworks. There's certain, and we have, because we're in a tendency of wanting to always consume knowledge, we tend to be a little impatient about what are those things that are available to know and what are those things that are not. And part of these systems, what they train us to do is to not only develop attunement and discernment, but patience and understanding that you will come to that when it is your time to come to that. And so your body is trained in different ways, right? So in certain ilays, certain temple spaces, you come to knowledge through cleaning, recognizing if you're able to clean a space after ceremony, oftentimes that is its own initiation. How do you come to a knowledge about the realm of the unknowable? You come to know it through managing the materiality of it. And that might be dealing with the sacred debris, cleaning after ceremony. That's one of the ways in which you embody and learn to train the body to be perceptive to energies, be perceptive to keeping yourself clean physically and spiritually while you deal with debris. So there are different ways in which training happens. We hear, and I think Queen Mother Nona is in the audience, the idea of pointing out a plant. And that's a way that many younger people learn. When you see a 6-year-old who's able to understand plant medicines because a grandmother, a great uncle is pointing out things in their daily. So there's this idea that the classroom is beyond the physical schoolyard. It is the natural environment. And so training of knowledge happens through becoming intimately aware of the environment that you traverse and learning the environment of which you occupy. And also on another level, it is in the body, what the body is able to contain, how we use the body in ceremony, how the body is clad, meaning dressed, the sacred vestments, the way that we use instruments to communicate rank, station, through color symbolism, through implements that are in our heads, the way we tie our heads, the way in which we ban our bellies, what is seen, much of the sacred ritual knowledge is unseen. So what you're seeing at the exterior is what is meant for your eyes, but there's a lot that is happening beneath the vestment, right? So there's that idea of what is seeable is highly related to what is knowable. Not everything, most of this most sacred, potent materials of any ceremonial context are seldom visible to the naked eye. And so concealment is a critical aspect of knowledge making and knowledge transmission, because that concealment, knowing how to conceal, when you're banning the eyes in spiritual baptism, sealing what you write, what you inscribe with candle wax, all of that are things that are not going to be visible, but they're in the training aspect of it is how that knowledge gets transmitted. And the efficacy is how you test whether it is, you test its efficacy in how that person moves beyond the point that they are. So these are some, I mean, knowledge is functioning on many different levels here. And I would say the context of which it is transferred is also, the transmission is also important. And the technology of the circle being one of the most, the kind of, the archaic, but also the most generative space of which this information is shared in the technology of the circle or the cipher. That's what I wanted to share there. Thank you again.
Thank you. And here is a comment from Pastor John, Dr. John, and then I'd like a last word from Sister Sarah in South Africa.
I'm just wanting to acknowledge and give thanks for the conversation this morning, and I just wanted to add by saying that yes, the knowledgeisms are there, and we talk about the invisible, but in this moment I wanted to acknowledge the mothers who would have been the holders of this knowledge for us in the moments leading up. For those who may not know, Mother Erika is the daughter of one of the great pointers that held space for us, Mother Nicey Edwards, along with my spiritual mother, Mother Catherine Edwards. We have Mother Bibi. We had several women holding space alongside Catherine Williams in the development of the spiritual Baptist communities as it developed, so that people like ourselves and Bishop Brian, who were coming from more orthodox religions, could sit at the feet of these women and observe and learn from observation. Because as she was saying, there's not things that you would talk about, but it were things that you would observe and experience by being amongst them. So I want to give acknowledgments for them, because as you were speaking, Mother Erika, I could feel your mother like on your back, like just saying, say this, don't say that, say this, say the next thing. And I think that this is the way in which our ancestral identities are being perpetuated when we do acknowledge the shoulders on which we stand on. And these mothers held space for us to be here today.
So true. Thank you.
Okay. And the final word to one of our mothers in South Africa, Dr. Moti, Sarah Toby Mota. If you're here with us, would you like to say any last words?
Thank you, Program Director. Mama Ya Ashentwangiti has her hand up. She's from the Caribbean, but now based in South Africa. We do this work together. Maybe she can say something before I sort of share my last few words. Mama Ya Ashentwangiti, sorry, through you, Program Director.
Siyathokoza gogo, siyathokoza. Ngiyabonga to all those who are here. I have a very long-standing relationship with the people of Barbados, from the great Rasta Ikel Tafari. May he continue to rest in power. When he brought me to Barbados to give the Emancipation Lecture in August 2008. Queen Mother Africa, you made my night. I'm sitting here and I've been sending to everyone, just come on now, just come on now. And I know I'm not supposed to be sharing like that, but there is an energy, there's a natural mystic flowing in the air. And I believe the queen mothers like yourself need to call this gathering again, especially around the witchcraft. And I don't want to use the witchcraft, but the last thing I wanted to just from the Institute of Africology, because the Institute of Africology talks about the logical study of Africa for Africans by Africans. And so when we talk about the slave trade, we insist, Queen Mother Africa, that we call it the European slave trade, because there's this thing where it's just a slave trade, but we are not giving the name to those who enslaved the African people. So I always come on to remind all of us to use the proper narrative of the European enslaved trade, because it's important, and we need to locate it so that when our great Prime Minister, Mia Mottley, is asking for reparations, our languages across and in every aspect, we know who we are asking it for. Blessings to you, Queen Mother, for the work that you do. Blessings. We hope that through Princess Nikki Way and our dear Gogo, you will be able to come to South Africa as soon as possible so that your works can also be heard with us here on the continent. And I know with Dr. Murray, I know Dr. Murray is an implementer of possibilities. So I hope that the center will be able to host the next one here in Azania, in the southern part of Africa. We don't want to just have it online. We need you on land. Giabonga kulo, siabonga, siatogoza. Go ahead, Gogo. Thank you for the moment.
Accept and bless. Well, I endorse Mama Afrika. My name is Irika Jelani.
Apologies, Irika. Yes, Queen Mother Irika.
You're welcome. Enough love.
Love.
Thank you, Program Director. It's not that the Queens are taking over your program. However, I just wanted to acknowledge Dr. Ayesha Ntwangiti as one of our mothers and goddesses that is working with us in South Africa to promote and live this work of traditional health practicing and spirituality that connects all the diaspora communities and the Africans here in Africa. We appreciate the space. We're looking forward to participate more, especially the call for all the wise spiritual indigenous ancestral leaders to come together in a sacred space and invoke those powers that connect us and repel all that no longer serves us. Thank you.
Thank you. You started by speaking of the pain that you feel when you listen to people from Africans over here, and I hope now that you've heard some of the joy and power that our ancestors brought with us, that pain is what always makes us look back home, right? To Sankofa. Return and get it. We're going to break now and come back at 2:30. Thank you all.
Recording in progress.
Sometime later, Mother Gloria get to hearing about McIntyre.
All the way from African land, I'm coming to hear them singing. All the way from African land, I'm coming to hear them singing. All the way.
I hear a story from long ago about the Shakers, the people who helped pave the way for spiritual Baptists to worship free. The story start like this.
I'm Corporal Shane of the St. Vincent and the Grenadines Police Force. On February 2nd, 1930, I visited Kittels about 10:20 p.m.
All the way from African land, I'm coming to hear them singing. All the way.
I hear a story from long ago about the Shakers, the people who helped pave the way for spiritual Baptists to worship free. The story start like this.
I'm Corporal Shane of the St. Vincent and the Grenadines Police Force. On February 2nd, 1930, I visited Kittels about 10:20 p.m. I saw the people jump in, they shout and clap their hands and sing all sort of songs. They are songs
Good afternoon, everyone. We are back from a very quick turnaround, a very quick lunch. And we are going to have the second roundtable for the symposium. In yesterday's roundtable, we looked at African spirituality on the continent. And for this roundtable, we'll look at African spirituality in the Caribbean. Well, in the diaspora, not just the Caribbean. And so this afternoon, we are going to start first with Burton Sankarelli. He was supposed to present in the second section, but I think it'll work just as well in this roundtable. And so he's going to be speaking on understanding African spirituality as a way of knowing, and he has a presentation. And then we'll move to the other panelists. His fellow Trinidadian scholar, Burton is from Trinidad, Dr. Janique Baker Dennis, and she uses the Odu and the Patakis associated with them to analyze them. She's doing academic and scholarly work on analyzing the Odu along with the oral literature emanating from the Yoruba pantheon of the Orisha. She is the mind behind the new literary theory, the Pataki continuum. I like that a lot, the Pataki continuum. And the numerical methodology, the trichord formula, both grounded in the principles of the premier Orisha Eshu Elegbara. The other panelist, Makosi Nyaime, hails from Barbados. She's Barbadian. She is a practicing Sangoma, one of the few. I don't know of any others in Barbados. It's appropriate because we were just steeped in South African conversation and South African spirituality. And she's a representative here in Barbados in that particular healing practice. And we also have, to my left, here with me in studio, Oloye Agba Eshusegun Olaifa. We know him as Agba for short. And he's a Barbadian Orisha elder, one of the early initiated elders in the Orisha tradition, the Trinidadian manifestation of that tradition in the Caribbean. And he's a priest and chief elder. And more recently, he delivered the invocation at Barbados' National Thanksgiving. Every year in Barbados, we have a National Thanksgiving, which has traditionally and continues to be predominantly a Christian service as a national service. And our argument has been that, it's supposed to be a multi-faith service. Well, it's supposed to be a multi-faith occasion that happens just before independence every year. But in reality, it is a Christian service with decorations of other faiths attached to it. But we did manage to have a full Orisha invocation by Agba. And I guess it was a temporary coup because the immediate backlash from the Christian community was fierce, and I was going to say fierce and tremendous, but I'm going to say fierce and backward. So on the radio calling program the very next day, there was I'm going to call him a Christian, and he said that if he were there, he would have gotten up, and all of the Christians should have gotten up and walked out of the hall, and so on and so forth. So I am to blame for putting Agba in that position, which became infamous for a moment. but I'm certain that he relished the idea of that role and that position, and we fight on. We fight on. So that is our panel for this afternoon. The patron for the symposium, Vernon Rex Archibald Taylor Jr., was supposed to be on this panel as well, but he got called away for some emergency Orisha work today that could not be left. And this is how our spiritual work goes. So we are going to start with Burton and the presentation that he has for us. I'm very interested and very curious to hear and see the presentation. And so you may go ahead, Burton. We have the slides prepared for you, so you can call for them as you're ready. I think Burton is on mute still. One moment, Burton. We're trying to get you off mute. I think you may have to take yourself off mute.
Yo.
Yes, yes, we have you now.
You're hearing
We
me?
have you now.
You're hearing me then?
Yes, yes, we have you now. We're hearing you.
Okay, good. Hapakini shurunga, yami shurunga wa omikyo, mama pamio, hawa omio, mama pamio, hawa omikyo, mama pamio. So greetings, great to be here, and there are two elders with us I know well, including Akbar Robert. Yeah. He was in a similar situation as the other young lady. I am told of being the only Orisha devotee in Barbados at one time. So that's what I've better understand. So it's an honor, and of course, Janik. The opening invocation. Apakini Shorunga, Yami Oshorunga, is an invocation to Yami Oshorunga, to the Divine Mothers of creation. And it is very fitting. I am using as the framework knowing and technology. And we were discussing yesterday the male and female aspect, right? Of the Godhead, the divine masculine, the divine feminine and the divine masculine, right? And one way I propose we could look at it that bears on this discussion is being and becoming. Now, I am not enunciating any dogma or doctrine to be written in stone, but this is a helpful way of looking at the interplay of these two principles, where we can see being as masculine, what is defined, right? What is defined, being, and becoming as feminine, what is in flux, what is fluid, what is in play, what from the point of view of being can seem unstable, but opens up all kinds of creative birthing possibility, right? And I find that very applicable to what I'm talking about in terms of technology. I might leave my glasses here a little bit to help. That is, in terms of technology, because we can define human beings, among the beings of the world as we live in it, of Olodumare. We can define human beings as the technological animal, right? As the technological animal. And our technology is how we structure our action. And acting, technology, and knowing, the two frames of reference for this discussion, really feed off each other, give birth to each other. Like how the male and the female generate and give birth to each other. action and knowledge. And technology is how craft, how human beings craft their action. So our ritual is technology. Language is technology. It is how we engage the world in terms of action. But in the world, one of the very great educationists, Paulo Freire. Paulo Freire made a remark that for human beings, action is not only an occupation, but a preoccupation. It is in our nature to ponder, to engage our action in a self-conscious no way, even as our consciousness gives birth to action. So as I say, they feed off of each other. Very appropriate to us, however, is this notion of technology. And it goes back to my opening invocation of the IAMI. A few years ago, I think it must have been, an elder told me that the beginning, I don't know if you use the word in the beginning, that sounds kind of Christian, but that Odu created the world out of Ashe and Aje. Odu created the world out of Ashe and Aje. And again, for me, selling it as I buy it, again, for me, this is not doctrine, but it gives us insight into how the world works. Ashe and Aje. Ashe, we know, which is how the world shows itself. Being.
Burton.
Yeah.
Yes. Since yesterday, we've been hearing this term Odu, and I don't think that we've spent the time to define what Odu is for people who are not aware and explain what it is.
So the lot falls to me. Odu can have different meanings. Odu refers to what one Baba I had called the chapters of the Yoruba scripture, to the positions that the divining apparatus shows, which are really the vibrations that make up the world and that give us guidance in how to move through the world. So those are the Odu Ifa. But Odu is one of a feminine principle called Odu, who is the Miller. But it is really this feminine principle that is actually for oral, right? It is the container, the womb that gives birth to the universe, to the world, through the Odus, right? So Odu in this sense, and in the story I just told it, becomes a signifier of the primordial divine feminine, right? In this sense that I'm using it, which isn't how you may usually hear it used when you hear people talking about Odus, but it gets to her essence, right? And this elder tells me, Odu made the world out of Ashe and Aje. Ashe is that power in how the world shows itself. In this sense, it refers to being. And Aje, sometimes translated as the realm of the witches, right? Aje, I believe the Yoruba intonation is important in how we deal with this word. And that also refers to the Iami, who are the divine mothers of creation. So this divine creative principle, and interestingly enough, it is translated as the witches, and it relates to this mysterious power that we call magic, and it is built into the very structure of reality, magic, right? Presided over by the divine feminine. And this is important because perhaps especially for us, the Caribbean, this aspect of technology as magic has been very important for our survival. I belong to an Ifa house that used to have a creed, some of the low version of this creed or the creed. And the creed, and one item of this creed kind of structured after Christian creed, interestingly enough. One item of this creed says, I believe, or the Yoruba believe, I believe in magic. That was an item of the creed, I believe in magic, which is the transformation of prayer into action, into materiality. So magic is this transformation. It is the mystery of transformation, often associated with the female Orisha Oya. This mystery of transformation, right? Of creation, of giving birth. And again, we are in this feminine domain. Of course, what I'm talking about is Obia, of course. And a very interesting thing about Obia in the way we use it is that Obia refers both to this metaphysical energy and magic, and it also refers to how we engage this metaphysical energy and magic. So Obia is a technological term, right? And it refers to human beings being the technological animal, as it were, in terms of how we engage it. And it is and what is revealed here is a cosmology, a way of knowing the world and of acting in the world. Because of course, and for African people, very important, knowing and acting are inseparable, right? Consciousness and praxis, right? Occupation and preoccupation are inseparable. And so this is how we engage reality technologically, right? I want to talk specifically about two nations in this context, two nations, and by nations I mean the two traditions that are traced back to the continent, to the motherland, that we call Africa. That two nations, the Yoruba and the Congo. There's been a lot of talk of Yoruba over this conference, so I want to really spend some time on the Congo, but I will start talking about the Yoruba a little bit, you know. And Yoruba, in Trinidad, we have the Yoruba feast, right? As an illustration of how the magic works, right? The way you describe the cosmology and the way of knowing the world and acting in the world that shows up in the Orisha feast, which has been the carrier of Orisha tradition in Trinidad. For a long time, it was the main carrier. And it still is, in different versions, a key carrier. So what happens in the feast? In the feast, the cosmos, the world is understood precisely as this play of metaphysical energy in its being and becoming, Ashe and Ajay. This metaphysical energy, and it's like around us, or it's like all around us, maybe in a more diffuse state. So the Orisha are here. They're hearing what we are saying, right? Shango, Ogun, Eshu, Oshun, they're all around us. We can see them in a maybe more diffuse state. In certain locations, the energy is more pronounced, like Oshun and the river. How the technology of the feast functions is that through this science of engaging the world, what's around us, we set up a vibrational zone through drumming, through the chanting, through the rituals, through the colors and the smells and the people gathered. We set up this vibrational zone which matches, which it could view almost, you could view like a computer password, like a key, which gives us a key for keying into the world around us. So we access a vibration through a drum rhythm and a chant and a ritual. And that sets up a key that gives us entry into this sea of vibration around us. And it opens a portal to which this vibration, this particular vibration we are focusing on, becomes focused and becomes manifest in the worship space. Now, this is just not abstract mysticism. Anyone who has spent time in a feast will tell you, you feel it. You feel this current, right? When the vibration manifests and erupts, someone may not even be in contact with you, but you feel like something hits you, which I think is a problem in terms of explaining in terms of Newtonian mechanics, you know. Sometimes you're not expecting it to say you're expecting it at that point, you know. But this thing hits you. Your eyes could be closed and you're feeling the energy and you know a manifestation is coming or has already happened. You open your eye and you see something happening, right? So it's something palpable and tangible in terms of the science of how this works, right? So that is an example of how we see this technology of accessing energy functions in terms of the Trinidadian feast. Also very important is this other nation of the Congo. Often when we speak of the syncretic, we talk about African practices and supposed syncretism of Christianity. I rather say intersections with Christianity. But we have multiple intersections in our space, intersections with Hinduism, which is very strong here, with the first peoples, I believe it came up earlier, with the spirituality of the first peoples, and intersections among these African nations, And a very important intersection here and for Trinidad is this intersection of Yoruba and Congo. And I want to speak a little bit about Congo. There may have been elders who have been participating here who I believe would hold the same view. I'm of the view that the spiritual Baptist matrix, and I'll come to explain what I mean by that, is rooted in the Congo. And I'm going to come to that, right? It's rooted in the Congo. I said yesterday that the spiritual Baptist, well, in Trinidad, I don't work in Barbados. In Trinidad, the spiritual Baptist theology has a kind of a continuum and a spread. And some are explicitly, very overtly Christian, even bordering what we might consider Pentecostalism and evangelicalism. And on the other end of the spectrum, for want of a better word, it intersects with other systems like magical, Kabbalistic systems like Orisha, Hinduism, and the like. So perhaps even very intensely, right? But the spiritual Baptist has its root in the Congo. And there's something I want to cite. It was something that actually she was the elder who first initiated me, Orisha Melvina Rodney, who was the spiritual daughter of our most celebrated Orisha priest, Panisa Ebenezer Elliott, whose spiritual guide was a woman, Ma Diamond, who came from Africa as a child. This participation of the feminine is key in Trinidad Orisha, which is interesting because most of the priests that we might see carrying on feasts now would be men. But the woman is this pivotal figure. So Ronnie, in an interview with Pearline Springer, another elder, made a remark. It's recorded in a book I edited called At the Crossroads. Rodney said, almost in passing, well, it's two spirits, Orisha and Baptist. It's two spirits. So Orisha is a spirit and Baptist is a spirit. And the way spirit is used there, spirit is used there to indicate a spiritual matrix, right? A living spiritual matrix that manifests technologically in our space, right? David Rudder's work is very important in understanding these things too, let me say. David Rudder uses in passing in his song Calypso Music, it is a living vibration. When Rudder defines this as a living vibration, he's not using a literary metaphor. He's actually being quite literal, right? Spirit is a living vibration, and you can do a whole PhD on those two words. So you have two spirits, right? And here is where, okay, slides already, because we're kind of pivoting to the Congo side now, right? One key way in which this Congo matrix has been expressed through that. Good timing, right? That is referred to as the Congo cosmogram. It is called the sign of the four moments of the sun, the Tenva Unza Congo. This represents the world, where the horizontal line represents the division of realms. Primarily, one can say in the context of this, one can say the realm of the living and the realm of the dead. And the vertical line is that axis, that pole that unites the realms. And the circles you're seeing at the end of these axes is the sun. It's the sign of the four moments of the sun. And the sun rotates around the world So when it's midday in the world of the living, it is midnight in the world of the dead. And when it's midnight in the world of the when it's midday in the world of the dead, it's midnight in the world of the living. When it's sunrise in the world of the living, it is sunset in the world of the dead, etc., etc. The worlds are separated by water, and the earth of the world of the dead is white. So white is the color of death in the Congo nation. I remember Professor Barry Chavan saying that when the Europeans came to that part of Africa, they came on ships across water and they had white skin. So the people were inquiring of the Europeans how their ancestors were doing, because obviously these people who were white coming across water came from the realm of the dead, right? And in the spiritual Baptists in Trinidad, I don't know how it is in Barbados. They represent this circle usually, from what I have seen, not as a circle, but as a kind of a star, as an asterisk, right? As an asterisk, right? And it's kind of like that core matrix. And I will come back to the Baptist in terms of this discussion now. But if I can show you the other two slides, this template of the cosmogram is found throughout the Americas. These are Haitian vivids, and you can see sometimes more clearly than other groups. You can see the cross motif here, right? It is the cross motif here, right? The next slide. The next slide. I want you all to see this so you can envision what I'm talking about. These are Cuban firmas, right? Coming from Palu. And the stylistic differences could be pretty clear, right? These are Cuban firmas. And again, notice the cross, notice the circles, notice the circle, right? Notice the crosses and the like. So it is taken from the cosmogram, the sign of the four moments of the sun. They are called firmas in Cuba, veves in Haiti, pontos or ponto rochandos in Brazil. The revivalists and the spiritual Baptists call it seals, right? Call it seals. And like I said, the spiritual Baptists, if you go back to the first slide, the spiritual Baptists will often put like an asterisk or a star where you're seeing the circle. And when you put two more axes bisecting the quadrants, two more axes, you get, and you put a circle around it, you get the chariot wheel. And the chariot wheel is over the center pole, and the center pole is the vertical line. The center pole, or in Haiti, the potomita, is what unites the worlds. And in Haiti, currently, because of this quote-unquote syncretism with Yoruba, and because it's an intersection in Haiti, Eshu presides at the center pole at this meeting of worlds, because Eshu is the guardian of the crossroads. So this is a science of the moving of energy and of the entry into worlds. Baba yesterday spoke about how the Cubans know the science of moving energy around. And very often in the Americas, at the heart of this science, and at the heart, I believe, of what we generally call Obia, is the Congo cosmology represented by the cosmogram. Another Congo practice is put this into bundles called Mkisi or Nkisi, right? Bundles or cauldrons, where these forces of nature are concentrated in a space, cauldrons, very prominent in Cuban Palo. In Cuban Palo, forces in concentration, one informant told Thompson, right? And this is the science of moving energy, the science of navigating worlds. The spiritual Baptist church is a ship that sails on the water separating worlds and can thereby access different worlds, different nations, different heights and different depths, right? And can thereby access it through this. And the spiritual Baptist church itself, don't talk about the morning chamber is the cosmogram. It is marked. It is marked with the center pole and the entrances, and I think it is you are really actually when you enter the church, you enter the morning chamber. You are actually entering within a physical manifestation of the seal. Interestingly enough, I have seen this as well in a form that we need to pay more attention to that we don't know very well. A form coming out of Venezuela called Maria Leonza, uh, which involves Catholicism and First Peoples, but it's clearly very Congo. And even for me, if you can check up Maria Leonza on YouTube, the manifestations that you will see there are scary. I mean, we just look at these new supposed Spanish people of not knowing about these things. Well, in Trinidad, you bounce your head, right? Maria Leonza is very intense. And in Maria Leonza, they will demarcate this circular area, and they actually put the people to lie down inside the seal, which is really what the spiritual Baptists do. So this is an example of one example of how our obia works. In Trinidad, this obia system, and I believe, as I said, a lot of this obia system, I wrote a piece where I attempted to actually trace this thing as a Congo practice coming from accounts of Congo sorcerers that our elder, whose name was Elder J.D. Elder, spoke about in a Trinidadian area called Gasparillo. He spoke about these Congo sorcerers and their thunderstones who could call rain, right? And the Congo throughout the Americas have this reputation for magic, right? Of course, very often Yoruba and Congo are the same practitioners. In the case in Cuba, as happens in Trinidad, as happens in Haiti, where they both come together in voodoo, right? Right. So you're getting this. So you're getting this science. And another form in Trinidad is expressed in is what we call Kabbalah, or I've called the Trinidad or the Trinidadian Kabbalah, which is again a very magical system. And in its structure, it is quite similar to the spiritual Baptist structure, by the way. In fact, you can, in theory, be in a ceremony and it's a Baptist ceremony, but it could also be a very Kabbalistic ceremony, depending on how that particular space accesses the energy. So this is how an example of how two of our nations, very often in intersecting relationship, articulate their word, know their word, and gauge their word magically through obia, right? And I do this. I have my little calls run here. So I suppose that's all I can say for now. We're having a round table. So yeah. Thank you very much.
Yeah, you're getting a round of applause, Burton. I should remind you that Burton is an excellent philosopher as well, not just a spiritualist and practitioner. And so I have some questions for you, Burton. I'm going to hold them, and I think we have people in the audience with some questions. I think we're going to hold them, and I'm going to get the round table going with Makosi and Janique and Agba, based on the discussions that they would have either heard or from what you just delivered. So to sum up, to get the round table, and thank you, Burton. I have to have a conversation about this idea of obey, by the way, and what it is and how it's come to be used in the way that it is being used with you. But let's get the roundtable discussion going. This morning we looked at innovations and how those innovations compare and contrast and are accepted or rejected by the continent. What would be the basis of that? So we had a discussion about inventions and innovations in the diaspora, in the Caribbean. And then we had a discussion on how we understand these traditions as ways of knowing, ways of getting to the truth, ways of living, ways of making decisions. And so for the round table, I think it would be appropriate for us to have reflections on what went, or any other input that you'd like to make on African traditional spirituality. So I think it's in Trinidad as well. So I think I'm going to leave Trinidad for a moment and go to Makosi. Can you give me your name correctly so I can make sure I pronounce it correctly, please?
Can you hear me?
Yes.
It's Makosi Nyame.
Makosi Nyame. And
Yes.
your tradition is you're a Sangoma?
Yes, Isangoma. Are you hearing the echo?
I think a little. You have more than one device on? You're on mute now.
Can you hear me any better?
Yes, but you may have to speak. The volume is coming through fairly low, so you may have to speak a little bit more loudly.
Okay. Yeah, so Makosi Nyame is my name, or Makosi Nyame Asia. Yes, it's from the East Sangoma tradition. I did some other initiations after that because it's not just always just one stop. Are you hearing me? Okay.
Yeah.
Yes. All right. Yeah. So Makosi is basically a title. The initiation was Sangoma. Then there was prophet, and then it's oracle work that I did. So you wanted me to introduce the tradition or anything about myself? Is that what you're saying?
Hello.
Hello?
I think you're frozen.
Oh dear.
Yeah.
Can you hear me?
Makosi,
Yes, we're
we
hanging
can hear
on.
you. Yeah, we're getting your song, but I think your video is frozen. And now it's
Okay.
catching up.
I see. I see.
Yeah, so tell us about a little bit about your journey and whether there are any invention. Were you on this morning? Did you hear this morning session or?
Not all of it.
Okay, and your thoughts on this idea of innovations and inventions in the Caribbean in terms of African spiritual tradition, as well as how, as a Sangoma, how do you come to knowledge? How do you come to understanding the world? What do you do to gain knowledge?
Okay. All right. So my journey was a really long one of awakening. And basically, I had certain dreams. I didn't know what was happening, was seeing the future. Then finally found, like through different traditions, found my Baba who took me under my first initiation. And they say that the blood remembers. So I always have this desire to heal generational wounds, desire to reconnect to my ancestry, to reconnect back to home. Didn't know what home was. I had never done my ancestry or anything back then. But I had this deep longing. I had these gifts coming up. Also some recurring dreams, not fully belonging. And a lot of these are what we call the calling, and you get some sort of illness. So a lot of this is what we call the calling illness. And that often leads you to a teacher who helps to take you through a process of cleansing and clearing and purification, so that you can have more of a direct connection to the divine, so that you can begin your journey of remembrance, because it's not always, it's not just one initiation and you remember everything. Everything continues for life. So through all of that, I found out I was more connected to, like I had different African traditions that I was part of, but my connection was more to the South African tradition because of the type of gifts that I had. So, you know, the process is about healing all the way back through your lineage, all the way back through how you came to earth, you know, clearing all of the veils that connect you or that disconnect you from Creator. Inner child work, you know, psycho-spiritual healing, lots of shadow work, purification, elemental purification, and of course, lots of discipline and humility along the way. It's like impossible to get through the initiations without discipline and humility because of all of the, you know, what restrictions are put on you along the way. But along the way, I learned, you know, that all the information is there. I'm just remembering, I'm just reconnecting. So you're asking how I get more knowledge. We are dreamers. Some of us are dreamers. I'm one of them. So I basically just follow the trail of what my ancestors give me. And then there's intuition, what the divine or creator gives me in terms of, okay, what is put in my path, what is put along my way, what is a shadow, what I am seeing that I need to learn and heal about myself, who in my lineage, you know, as I go deeper into healing, like what is the root cause of this healing, root cause of this problem, the root causes of illness. So it's a lot of digging and dreaming. So for us in this tradition, we would also use dream medicine to help us to dream for different rites of passages and to help us to access memories that are hidden or that we have repressed. Of course, there's drumming, there's dance, trance, dance that helps us to access information that we would not necessarily be able to access in a regular waking state. And that's another way we get information. That's another way that we connect to our ancestors, to divine, whoever. And it's really a lifelong journey of connecting and rather than just a destination. So some initiations can take up to 10 years, or you just continue to initiate for life. You're continuing to learn, you're continuing to dig. You know, 2 years from now, you might dream of some other ancestors that you never knew about, or that you need to reconnect to that are in another tradition. So for me, I just follow what I am being shown with curiosity. And of course, you have to have some discernment as well along the way. We also do divination. Some of us oracles, the information just comes when we pray and clear ourselves. Pray is a way of it opening the lines as well for the information to come. And a lot of our work is done in community. I don't have a whole lot of community in Barbados. It's like 2 other Sangomas in the Caribbean or something. So, and I haven't met them. I don't really know them, but traditionally our work is done in community. So if it was in South Africa, you know, you have drumming, dance, different ceremonies to release, to heal, to bring up, to heat, to answer prayers, to invoke. And with our path, our spiritual development is measured by our compassion, our integrity, our service. So it's about learning compassion in this human experience and being of service to others, being of service to our elders, being of service to others, whoever comes up along the way. Hope that answers your question. If there's anything else I missed out.
Well, yes, I have, and I have one question, another one that I'd like you to answer briefly, and then we'll segue to Janique. and then Agba. But I have a burning question for all of you that I think many, because when it comes to the idea of knowledge and truth and so on, that, but I'll ask after Agba speaks. But for you, when exactly, I'm interested in how exactly did you meet your spiritual leader, your Baba, and did you meet them here? And how did you get out of Barbados all the way down to South Africa?
Okay, so when I was called to initiate, I was old. I was like, well, not, I would say old, but I didn't have any time, so I was really concerned because our initiation path is very strict. So I was concerned about that. So I had divination. The first Baba told me I needed to come to South Africa for 3 months. I really didn't know how to do that, so I just tabled it. Then I had another divination, and the Baba was like, okay, you need to initiate. There's nothing else I can tell you. So I just tabled it again, but of course the dreams kept coming. And that second Baba was in California. So that's who I chose, but I had the dreams, the confirmation that she was supposed to be my teacher. Yeah, I saw everything ahead of time. So that's how we would normally know who our teachers are. You would have to get your own information, your own dream about who your teacher is. Some people just follow the path and find their teacher, back in South Africa. They just go and follow whatever their ancestors tell them. So of course it was far over the waters. But the dreams were very clear. So when it got there, I saw a lot of what I dreamt. So it was, confirmation. So a lot of the initiation was done in California. Of course, we went up to South Africa to do our graduation and final stuff. And since then, I had another South African teacher and another one from Botswana and another one from South Africa. So yeah, I just followed the trail, and yeah, and that was traveling during COVID. That was crazy.
During COVID?
I initiated during COVID. It was, yeah, so crazy.
So I want to drill down on one and ask you about, because the second session today was about ways of knowing and gaining knowledge. And the question that comes with that is, how do you know that this knowledge is true? So you've already confirmed that one way is through dreaming, and it wasn't just dreaming and just believing it, but you confirmed because of what happened, what you saw happening after. But then the other one is divination. Okay, so I know young people in Barbados who've never even heard the term divination. Divination, for people who may not know, is using materials to manipulate to get insight into a situation or the future and so on. So was that the first time you were encountering the idea of divination?
No, I had, was that the first thing? I heard of divination before that, but a Sangoma divination was different from anything that I have seen. And again, I had dreamt connected to that. So we divine using bones or shells. So it was just a very different divinations that I've never seen before, and most people on this side of the world wouldn't really know. So yes, we use those tools, bones, shells, objects to pull information to get clarity and direction. Yes.
Okay. All right. So thank you very much for that. I think we'll come back to you about that business of divination again. But I want to hear Janique and her idea of the Pataki continuum and the other literary inventions she's made, and her work with the Odu in Trinidad.
Blessings. Greetings. Good day, wherever you all are around the world, whatever time it is. If we start talking about the Pataki continuum, anyway, I could be here for hours. So we'll try to, what do you call it? Elevate or pitch it. As succinctly as possible. The Pataki continuum is a literary theory that argues that the Pataki, or the stories of the Orisha, which would have originated in the sacred oracles of Ifa, wherein the Odu, the chapters, reside, are moving across time and space as the people, the practitioners, the ideas have been moving. The theory argues that because this movement has not always been in favorable environments and continues to occur sometimes in unfavorable environments, that the presence of the Pataki alters in order to suit its socio-historical context. In other words, if the environment is encouraging to practitioners, then the Pataki will show itself in an obvious way in literature. And if the environment is less accepting, more oppressive, then the literature would hide itself. But the aim of this movement is to be reunited in the way that the Pataki would have existed in oral literature within the sacred oracles of Ifa as a sort of a whole. But we have to remember that ideas, we're speaking in English and attempting to communicate ideas that are not Western ideas. So it does take some dancing of the language to achieve, I use 3 metaphors to postulate, to clarify the ideas within the Pataki continuum. The first one is meridians. So the same way on a map, we have these invisible lines of latitude that connect the North and South Pole. I argue that there's a polar 1 and a polar 2, the source of the Pataki, the sacred oracles of Ifa, and polar 2 when they reunite. And that's the continuum that the Pataki are moving along. So this is not a literal, obvious line in the same way that lines of latitude and longitude are not literal. Like you can touch them, material, concrete lines, right? I also use the metaphor of whales, which I think is probably the most potent of the 3, because whales move for very long distances unseen and unbeknownst to anyone else above water or on land, because most people don't have tools to find whales when they're traveling at great depths and for long distances. And in that way, the stories of the Orisha have been traveling unseen and unbeknownst to many. They have been popping up everywhere if you know what to look for, if you have the tools to look for the evidence of the traditional systems in the literature. But because whales are aquatic mammals, meaning they have to breed, they have to come up for air at some point. And in the same way, at some point, the literature, the Pataki has to breed. The Pataki, all of them have to come up and breed. So that there are times when they see something, they being people who are reading, the general reading audience, critics, academics, are analyzing the literature. They see something and they know there's something African there, but they're not sure what it is. So you'll hear them talk about folk. Oh, there's some folk in the literature. Yeah. And then when whales are in safe environments, they do some magical things. I'm sure you all would have seen videos. If you want, you could Google it, of whales full body out of the water, doing somersaults and all sorts of clearly celebratory behaviors. And the literature does the same thing. When practitioners are in safe, encouraging environments, when their traditional practices are celebrated, not just tolerated, but respected and celebrated, then the literature comes out like that in this big blossoming. It's obvious. No one has to ask if it's a whale. No one has to ask if there's Orisha, if that's Pataki, because it's obvious. Yeah? So I argue that it's able to measure by the presence and absence of particular elements where a text is along the Pataki continuum. So we can discuss submerged texts, texts that are hiding in plain sight, soft breech texts, texts that you know it have something, but they're not too sure what it is. And then full breeched and hard breeched texts, where the texts are in your face. This is the business. Whether you understand it, you don't understand it, that's your business. The last metaphor about the Pataki continuum that I use to clarify the Pataki continuum is that of chords. And I spell it like you would have seen it in the trichord formula with the H in brackets, because it means the chords as in musical chords, which would have come up a few times in discussion already, as music is central to African practices and African derived practices, as well as the chords like umbilical cords, like ropes that tie us, that bind us. Because on the one hand, there is the issue of rhythm and connection, and we're talking like things like meter and such in the discussion in the literature itself. But there's also the connection to the sacred oracles of Ifa, the source of the Pataki, the connection to the Orisha, the connection to roots. That is tied up. That pun is used intentionally in the Pataki continuum. So you got to think about it in 3D. They're moving up, they're moving down, they're moving forward. The same way we have been moving all over the globe. Talk to me. Are you still there?
We're absorbing.
Yeah, we are left for words. So that's the first time that I'm hearing the Urdu and the Pataki imagined in that way and in terms of the literature. And so for me, it'll take some time to absorb. But I'm going to ask you this question. I believe that what you're doing is original. I believe that what you're doing is an innovation, is an invention. So are we allowed to do that with the Urdu? In terms of traditional practice, is this just an academic, scholarly, interesting exercise, or does it have bearing on the practice of the tradition? And if it has bearing on the practice of the tradition, are we allowed, and this was the conversation this morning, are you doing it legitimately? When you present this in Ile Ife to the Ifa community, the people who have held the treasure of the Urdu and the interpretations, will they accept what you're saying as a legitimate approach to interpretation?
I'm not sure how many people will catch this because it's a very Trinidadian expression, but I'm going to say it anyway. Yes, a bacchanalists. All right. I'm going to answer you as directly as I can. The work that I am clearly devoting my professional life to is an academic pursuit. The aim is to I'm thinking 3 and 4 different types of theories, but I don't have an idea, and I'm trying not to center them by using terminologies. Focus. The aim is to focus on our stories from within our traditions and prove objectively and undeniably that our traditional stories are the sources of a wide range of literature. And I'm using literature in quotation brackets because that opens it up to more than what people generally think of as texts. But you could go into film, you could go into music, you could go into theater, literature. And it comes from us. So the theory and its sister methodology argue and prove that connection. Now, does this have any practical implication in the way practitioners practice? No, it does not. The aim is not in any way to influence practitioners. For those who are unaware, I'm not sure if it was stated in the introduction, I am initiated. Iyanifa and Iyalorisha Eshu Elekbara. Yeah? And there are several things. Of course, like Makosi, there are elements of the ritual, of our rituals that I do not have the authority to discuss. So when I began my research, I had to go to my elders and get blessings and authority from Ifa on what I can do and what I cannot do. And there was never any intention to direct or alter Omo, Orisha, and their practices. Yeah? Whether or not Ile Ife accepts the theory and the methodology, there's where the bacchanalist part coming, right? I mean, there's nothing but respect. I see Dr. Hume's hand. It's a pleasure to have you here, Doc. There's nothing but respect for Ile Ife. It is the motherland, it is the source. Yet we are speaking about the diaspora, what our Chimegonian, now Canadian writer calls the Afrospora, which I then recoin as the Orisha spora. So be clear about what it is we're focusing on at that time. This is what we are focusing on in discussions on diasporic religion. And because it comes from an oral tradition, you know for a fact it's going to change. It has to change. You understand? And the more people engage with it on different levels, there is going to be impact and there are going to be repercussions and effects. That to me is, as they say, go without question. Yeah? I would hope and pray the few continental Nigerians, which is of course the birthplace of Yoruba land, Ile Ife and all of that, I have spoken to have been very excited by the work, very encouraging. One of my examiners was Professor Funshawa Ejina Ibaye, who in his report wrote that he was impressed, and that still hits me in my heart every time I think of it. So I don't see conflict from the continent. At the same time, I think we're trying to focus on where we are and who we are right now as well. Yeah, and where we going, kind of vibe. Sankofa, you have to look back to go forward, but you're still going forward, isn't it? Yeah?
Yeah, yeah, so there isn't any bacchanal, not as yet. So I happen to think that it is important to do the type of work that you're doing because new ways, new interpretations, you can look at the same pataki and have different interpretations. Same Odu and have different interpretations. And, diviners, like any other human being, are influenced by language, by worldview, by interpretations offered, by exposures to interpretations, and so on. So my initial inclination would be the more that we study, the more that we build metaphors and ways of speaking about our traditions, the more ammunition we have for future interpretations and so on. But also, I'm glad that you're doing that work because we don't want to end back up on the continent, having left for 300 years, and they ask us, well, what exactly is it that you've done for 300 years? What are you bringing back home that is new and different? And I think that that's important as well. So Yannick, I think, has her hand up.
Hey.
Is it Yannick?
Hi.
I thank you.
Alafia.
Shalafia Nia, it's good to see you.
Yeah,
It's
salutations.
good
You
to
two know
see
each
you.
other, huh?
Yes, we
You all
have
know
met.
each other.
Oh,
Yeah.
it's wonderful to hear this work. Come to this place after hearing mumbles of it in its embryonic form. And congratulations with completing this journey. Yeah. And we know that the end is just the beginning. So I had a question though. It's a methodological question, and one I think that points also to the relationship, and I think Derek brings this to the fore as well, as he's trying to, when I raised my hand because I felt there was a chord that I could pull on from Derek's question around the relationship of Pataki to Odu. When we recognize that Odus live within a framework of 256, multiple, from the original Megis, the multiplicity of the Megis to that. And we understand that for diviners, for those who are working as Oriates or as Babalawos, there is the hallmark of a refined master of the signs are the ones who are able to interpret the Odus through Pataki, not just the memorization of what the Odus hold, but also which Pataki animates the Odu and gives it further readings, gives it further kind of a base, right? So as I'm thinking about what you're developing, my question was, what are the limits of its expandability? If indeed Odus are finite, they're not, there is a kind of finite ways of which they function. The interpretation may be a bit more expansive, but so I'm trying to understand, because how you are framing patakis seems to be a bit more expansive. And I'm wondering whether the container of the Odu could hold the expansion of the pataki method that you're pushing, or that you're inviting, I should say. ¿Me entiendes?
You see the mind, lo que tú tienes para allá, no es cadera, por eso. No, the mind, this is the kind of conversations we have these sort of events for. Understand? Okay, so I define the Pataki as para-religious text.
Okay.
That is to say that they run parallel to the Odu. So we understand that they came out of the Odu, but because they come out of the Odu, they kind of do what they want now. So of course, within your 256 Odu, within your Eshe, you have your set. You can't, well, we try not to interfere with that. You're supposed to,
Yeah.
as a divine, as a Babalawo, Yanifa, etc., commit to memory and be faithful to what your Odu has given you. Yeah? But the Pataki now are the stories. And they are the stories the grandmothers tell the children. People used to warn each other about. They have conversation, especially when I go Cuba. They have conversation about the Pataki. We have them here sometimes at the shrine, around events, just in conversation. And because they're moving as oral literature, that's where the scope just blows up. So somebody hears a piece of one, and that person is writing a novel, and they take that piece and they interweave that in a novel. Unless you know that original Pataki, you reading that and you don't have a clue that it's Pataki talking. And that's the work I'm doing, to find them now inside the literature. In Trinidad and Tobago are my focus points, but I'm looking forward for funding to go to Brazil, right? But to show where the stories are. Some of my delimitations, as per not my academic delimitation, the delimitations from my madrina and my padrino, to not get into ritual at all. And we know the Odu in the Eshe present the instructions for the ritual.
Right.
So I don't do that. The most I do is I may identify which Odu a Pataki similar to this may have come from.
So
But
is it accurate to, sorry, I was just wondering then if it's accurate to say that you're using Pataki as parable more, or as the moral thread, the story, fable, mythology?
I don't
I know
use
these are
any of
Western
those terms.
terms.
I don't use any of
Do
those
you
terms.
do you reframe them in language specific to Trinidad? So how,
No,
for
that's
example,
why I use the term Pataki.
Pataki. Okay.
So that
I
they
just
don't
wanted to make
call it
sure.
anything else, because I have had examiners, I have had other scholars say to me, so we're talking myth, we're not talking myth.
Good. Okay. I just wanted to make sure that,
No, I refuse. There is nowhere in my 80,000, 90,000 word dissertation where the Pataki are called myth, the Odu are called myth. It doesn't exist. This is sacred text, and the stories come out of the sacred text. And now we're discussing the way the stories move through time and space.
Right.
Yeah, but they're based in the sacred text. Yes, I hear my name.
Yes, you don't need to worry, because Yannick is not allowed to test you on this forum for your work. So I want to move on. Well, before I move from that idea of the Odu, I think we owe it to the audience to properly explain, apart, in addition to what Burton gave, we're going on about the Odu and the Pataki and so on.
In really simple terms, the way Western religions have religious texts, the Yoruba system is based in oral literature. So that is to say, imagine whichever religious text you know, and imagine it being all memorized. Yeah? This text in the Ifa system is called the Sacred Oracles of Ifa. You will find some slight variations on that. But as the name of the text, the Sacred Oracles of Ifa. And in that text, there are chapters. The chapters are the Odu. That's it. And Odu is a chapter within the Sacred Oracles of Ifa. The Eshe are the verses within the Odu. And the Pataki are the stories of the Orisha that come out of the Odu. So like you could, because there are parallel religious stories for just about every system that has a published text. Yeah, you will find that there are other stories that are not in that text, that write about who was in the original text. Yes, so that's all. It's not, let's not make it too difficult. The book is the Sacred Oracles of Ifa. The chapter is the Odu. Yeah? And the Pataki are the stories about the Orisha that came out of the Odu. That's it.
Right. I will just add that there's 16 main Odu, and you cross them with each other to give 256. And I wanted to go through that because to add to the idea to what Yannick questioned you about in terms of the container of the Odu holding your interpretations. There's an artist, I was struggling to remember his name, I can't remember his name, but there's a major artist out of the US. He just did a seminar in Nigeria, in Ile-Ife, and he's Nigerian, but he went back home to give this talk, and his position is that we could extend the Odu so that there are more than 256. I don't happen to agree with him, but his position is that the same way that we have 401 Orishas and the one represents any amount that you can add, that it's a similar idea for the Odu. And I guess we could have him next year and have that discussion, whether that's possible, whether it should be possible. I don't think it's a popular view. And I happen to but I wouldn't dismiss it easily because he's not he's a scholar and an artist and very steeped in his tradition, because it's his tradition he grew up in. So I'm curious to hear that. But I think at this stage we're going to give our final, or not our final, our last speaker. Makosi, you had a comment or a question before we move to Agba?
Yes, I just had a comment regarding Yannick's practices. Like a lot of things were coming to me, and I just drawing parallels. So I'm just sharing what I'm drawing, and you just mentioned it again, Yannick. So for me, the practices sound like parables that actually bypass the subconscious and make change in people's mind when the stories are told. And there could be an exoteric level where people just understand just what the story is saying on the surface level. And then the esoteric level where a smaller audience may understand the deeper meaning of it. In Islam or Sufism, they say there are 7 stations, and when people read, let's say, for example, the Quran, or you can read the Bible from an exoteric or esoteric way, you depending on what station you are at, if you're at station 1 and you read the Quran, it will mean one thing. If you're at station 5, it'll mean a totally different thing at station 7. Like you could read it over and have different meanings from it. So it just felt like drawing all those parallels, and the same thing with the Bible, the parables that Yeshua, Jesus was telling, their stories, but meant to hit the subconscious in a different way. Just reminded me of those things.
Do you have a similar system in the Sangoma?
Sangoma.
We sing a lot. I think that's our package. There's lots of songs with different stories, and I would invite the Sangoma, if there's a Sangoma here from South Africa, to share more about that. But I think that's how we get information over. There's lots of songs, lots of like repetition and call and response songs and dance into the songs. So I think that's how we get our information over.
Okay, to give thanks. Burton, you have a comment or question before we move to Agba? Burton? All right,
Sorry, the mic is on mute, yeah?
All right, so what we'll do is that we'll come back to Burton, but in the meantime, we'll have our other panelists, Agba, to give us his thoughts about proceedings today and the roundtable thus far.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon. About lessons in long life. Lessons in long life. First, I'm going to sing a song. This is a song from Haiti. It's a song from Legba. The Haitians say Legba. You know, they kind of drop the E. We say Legba, but it's the same person. Leba nabaye, leba nabason, leba nabaye suti pote tapo, kapure sule puao. That song is saying that Legba has the flag and is shielding the spirits, the lower from the sun. It's not that it's metaphysical. Well, I'm being shielded from the sun now, right now. So I am asking Legba to shield me from the sun, right? So a lot of these songs and whatnot, they're not the straight line interpretations, right? I think the topic is dealing with how African spirituality is in the Caribbean survive, right? So I came into the Spiritual Baptist Church in Barbados, right? 51 plus years ago. I was a youngster, and I didn't do any research and all that, In spirituality, you're really drawn to it, Nobody want to preach, and you're all lectures and reading of books. All that happening now, right? Somewhere you go to church and you get this altar call, People go altar and start crying and all that. That's how it is, That's how people come to Christianity. Or I can remember when I was young, like 6. When I got like about 7, I can leave, or 8. I can leave home before my born. Probably 9. I can leave home too early by myself. After I get a little bigger, your mother will let you go a little further down the road. And like the 7 days, I'm not pulling them down, right? I just keeping it real. 7 days merely used to do it, right? They call this a revival meeting or something so. And then at the end, they will show you a picture. They show a picture with hell and people going in this fire and all that, And people scared and crying. And then they raise it or they call. More than half of the people going at the altar. But that don't happen in Orisha. That don't happen in spirituality or Orisha. But some people just join the church, go the girlfriend join or the boyfriend join. That has happened too, Or the boyfriend like he ain't come to church because he want him married or she. I'm a man and woman, right? I was drawn to the Spiritual Baptist Church, And at this I was baptized 51 plus years ago on the Patriarch Granville Williams. And after I got there, at no time, things start happening to me. I don't want to get too deep in it, but people know, things start happening spiritually. Anyhow, to speak about the Spiritual Baptist Church and how they survive, right? Bishop Granville, he's my family. As a matter of fact, it don't just happen, right? They always have a lineage of priests in all families, not every family, but anything you say a priest, right? When I say priest, priests don't have a gender. They do not have any priestess and reverendess and popes and all. They don't have a gender. All the people talk about shepherdess and deaconess don't have a gender. Right? And you could find like if you see a lady that's a priest and you go through her thing, you always see the number of them that are the same priests, leaders of churches like Spiritual Baptist churches and things. So I got from a line of priests, right? All the calendars in Carnage are my family. And they got many calendars that are priests, both men and women. The last one that he just, King Shepherd, he just transcended. He was a priest. I ain't saying that to big up myself. I just telling you how things go, right? Certain things are in a lineage. I don't. So they go. They got something. Not just priests. They have something in Trinidad they call, the parlance, sukunya. You all might not know that, right? But it's real. But it is within certain families. And then the body come out of the body and the skin. They all said the patakis as the sister, the ear said, But it is real. A lot of people don't know about it because people, got these short stories and things, but it's real. I don't want to. Anyhow, right? So I dealing with so the priesthood, right? So in the Spiritual Baptist Church, when Archbishop Granville came here, he actually had to change things to survive. He could not bring like the raw spirit and the rustic Spiritual Baptist that he came up in Trinidad, because he went in Trinidad for a number of years. I said, he's my family. You understand? And he changed up things. Because you get a lot of pressure. To be a Spiritual Baptist one time, I can tell you, I go to him, man, you join our church, man, just now you're going to go mad, man. Actually, it was serious. It wasn't a joke. I didn't think, but people thought that these things would happen if you join the Baptist church, you go mad and foolish and all that type of thing, But it didn't bother. But he had to circumvent certain things, right? In order to survive. But even brought an organ in the church. In those days, we never had an organ, you just rejoice and thing. And he started bringing some things, the organ, and all that. He wasn't wrong. Now, I'm going to say this, right? You have to do things outside of the box sometimes, right? They got a guy in England, right? And with reggae. It was reggae then? Yeah, reggae. It could be reggae then. And had a lot of problems, getting recognized, right? And Bob Andy, and I think they had a song called Young, Gifted, and Young, Gifted, and Black. That song, right? And Bob Andy actually, to get recognition in England, he brought in the violin. You understand? The strings, you understand? He brought them in. And people, not the African people, the society white people, they started to gravitate to it, right? And you could go on the thing and put in Young, Gifted, and Black, and hear the violins and things. I mean, like, people probably in Jamaica, I don't know, the Jamaican people, we say, man, that's nonsense. But they had to survive up there. The people in Jamaica, down in the hills and things, it was already established there. These guys up in England got to live. So he did something outside of the box. I don't, the sister had talked about, the patakis and whatnot, right? But she don't want to get scared because she's not the first. It is said, right, that the priests in Cuba did that years ago. I didn't say that. I didn't know. I don't live in Cuba. It is said that they did similar things to her. I had to get criticized. Some said the right, some said the wrong. But so I don't want to get. I don't want to go to the area. The sister in that area. I don't want to go in that. But I just brought up that things to do to survive. So people might criticize her, but they might not want to criticize the priest in Cuba. But nevertheless, so Bishop Granville did things in order for you to survive. You understand? Even the clothes, that the war later on, it started looking kind of Anglican, you know, long days and to collar and all. When I first joined church, I never saw Richard Granville with a collar. But you start to morph into this thing called, it is survival. It is survival. And the spiritual Baptists in Barbados really had it rough in the early stage. You know, you know, for them to survive I didn't understand. I didn't know how them survive. You know, so many people used to come by the bus stand and do so much foolishness. You know, but as I say, we stuck to it, right? So I came up in that church, the spiritual Baptist. I spent about 10, 13 years in there. But then I was drawn to Orisha, right? I say, and reading the books and all that, I was drawn to Orisha. I'm just going to Trinidad because I am a Trinidadian by descent. My mother's a Trinidadian. My grandmother went there, had 2 children, my mother, my aunt. So I'm a Trinidadian by descent. So I would go to Trinidad, you know, and among the Baptist people, but the thing with Trinidad Baptists, when I first used to go to Trinidad and in the Baptist, it was like a different religion because they were kind of like rustic, you know, more African thing. Because my spiritual father in Barbados, he had to drop off a lot of things, right, to survive, but they didn't have anything to drop off. They didn't do anything because they were already established, right? So I was drawn to the Orisha tradition by going to the Baptist church. Because you go to a Baptist church, and outside the Baptist church you see Orisha flags. And then we go in the back now, you see Kaba flags. So what kind of here? I mean, I don't know it's Kaba, right? I mean, he says they know it's Kaba. So it's what kind of here, you know? So you could actually see Orisha manifest in Baptist churches in Trinidad. And read that book, I saw it. I was there. And you could see Kaaba, you call them beams, manifest in Baptist churches in Trinidad. That's a different spirituality, right? It's a kind of Congolese spirituality, right? A Congolese spirituality, you know, and I don't got no problem with it. I don't have a problem with it, you know. So I have been in those congregations more than once. Never had to go again, never go again. Okay, so that was about in 1988, 89. They had a kind of session at there was a place going up in Bartaria, just above the gas station, and a place that you could keep things, right? So they had this session with a guy from Africa, and he was in there. You know, it was like a conference, a meeting conference, whatever, right? They went, you know, and went in and thing. It wasn't loaded. We had about 25 people. You understand? So at the end of the meeting, we were outside speaking and thing. And this guy from Africa, I can't remember his name, but he had a problem with one of his feet. But you know, kind of like a little challenge with one of his feet. And we were speaking, and you know, and he got knowledge and things, Orisha knowledge, you know. And he told me that there's a lady called Melvina Rodney. And he told me, man, he would like me to visit her. So then he was in the company of a woman called Ekere. She has transcended now. She's from Tobago. And Ekere said, man, yes, man, bitch, you know, they call me, man, they want you to come down by here, man, Rodney. So, and she had a car, right? So she took me down there evening. But when I got there, there was all the thunder and lightning and all that rain. So I didn't see that as something that was wrong. I saw that as something that was right. with all this thunder, lightning, and I know what's going on, you know. I mean, I'm a high spiritual man and all that, but I know that was a reason, and sent a message to me and tell me come back tomorrow, right? So we went back the next day. But to give the long and short story about this, right? I was initiated by Ear Bogbo Rodney about 36 plus years ago. Understand? I was initiated by her. You know, so I'm one of her children. And you know, I go to feast all and then all over the place, and that's the way all over the place. And I would come and go, I come back, and I brought the Orisha tradition to Barbados. Understand? I brought it to Barbados. I wasn't, you know, I had come out of the Baptist church, and I used to practice, we used to practice it. Just a family, less than about 10. A kind of little cross with Baptist and Kungfa, which is Guyanese. You know, some of the members were, you know, exposed to that. You know, and then I brought this back to Barbados. And then all the members went down and were initiated. You understand? They were initiated. But it was such a problem, right? It was such a problem with us. Where the house that I was in, about 99.1.01, the people stopped speaking to me. They stopped speaking to us, not me. Because, you know, this Shango, you know, a demon thing and all that there, right? But nevertheless, it did not hinder us from carrying on the tradition in Barbados, right? It did not hinder us from carrying on the tradition in Barbados. So, what I would say as it relates to the practice of the tradition here now, right? Here in Barbados now. We must come together. We must come together. Well, they got some old saying that, you know, a bunch of sticks can't break. That's true. But if it's one here, or two together, one and one. But if it's 10, it cannot be broken. It cannot be broken. So, I would like, I can't say I would like everyone. I would like everyone, but everyone will not follow this path because it is a serious path that we are taking. You know, it's a serious path that we are taking. And especially in the diaspora, right? And especially in the diaspora, we have to hold on to what is ours. You know, African tradition is ours. African spirituality is ours. And, well, I mean, Christianity has its time. You understand? It has its time. It is not going to come to an end. But it is not going to be always that dominant. You know, there's going to always be a change. It's not going to end. I'm praying for it to end. It has served well. You know, it has served well. I mean, it stopped from people that were criminals and things in church, you know, just turn around, you know. It didn't do all bad. It didn't do all bad. You know what I'm saying? I didn't say it do all good either. So as it relates to us, right? People that come in on this path, you know, don't try to get too many answers, right? In the beginning, you know, sometimes you just gotta take the plunge, right? You just gotta jump into the water sometimes. Don't wait for somebody to take you in. You know, I mean, like a quote from the Bible. It said, "How the man in the Bible he he can walk and everybody running in, you know, he said, get up and walk, man. You know, you don't wait for somebody every year some miracle that happens. You know, that's like a party key. It's a party key. You know, and then they say that happened. It's a party key. You understand? He said, man, no, man, trying to get up and walk, man. Even somebody carry you and everything. Because you only got one chance, one day of the year. You got 10 years, you're there sitting down and let people go in. So I am saying, right? I am saying the Orisha tradition, right? Spirituality is a spirituality that we must embrace, right? And it's not for the one person. You know, it is for all of us. All of us are not on the same branch, but because I am on this branch, and you know, branches are different parts of each other. My branch may be close to the top, but and they got one that at the bottom, you know, close to the bottom. A fellow want to get on, but he can't reach the top one first. He still got to get on the bottom one. You know, he could say, a fellow want he can't jump up there and hold on the top branch. He can the bottom, and then he might be able to climb. Then he might get to the top branch. So all the branches on this path plays a significant role in your climbing to the top. Right? All serve. Don't think that you were this body greater because you know a fellow got on 16 bees and thing, and a fellow got on 3. Not really, but even the regalia, you got like the only it's only got on 1. But how about the weight? The only use the king of the Orisha in Trinidad. They want them saying a lot of pieces only got have on 1, you know, but some got on 60. 16 is all right, but you don't have to have 16 to be playing a role. So my as it relates to being, you know, being in the tradition, staying there, you know, we must when you get there, the role of the elders are very, very, very important. You have to respect the elders. And I find probably in the Caribbean, it might be in Trinidad a lot, too, but Trinidad really does respect elders. Trinidad does respect elders. But I don't know if it changed now. You know, when they came in, elders were respected. You understand? Some might be disrespected because probably might be life to live. You understand? But I am saying we have to respect the elders. We have to respect the elders. And don't be too big, you know, maybe big in money or you got a job and things. So, you know, a fellow might be an elder, but, you know, he might be just a carpenter. But you got to respect him. Because what he has, or he or she has, you are now striving to get to that point. And he is going to help. He or she is there to help you along the path. You just got to humble yourself. So I find some of that is not, people are not respecting a lot of elders. And they say they don't want to come back to, I don't want to say in Barbados alone, right? In society as a whole. People don't respect the elders in society. They're not quick. They're not Orisha. Not they don't. Not a lot of the elders are not respected in the society today. Not just me. I mean, not Orisha. It could be normal people that don't go to church, but they're elders. You know, you see. I can remember when I was a young boy and things. You sitting down on the wall and things, layman and things. You might be using some abusive language, but when I see this woman coming down the road, everybody going silent. Yes, how you going to church now? You know, yeah. But then when she pass and she get about 50 yards down the road, you're going back normal and you get all bad and cursing and thing and all that. But you got to respect elders. Elders must be respected in this community, and we must come together. I told you that I had the first Orisha house in Barbados. Egbe, Unise, Ogun, Orisha. I know it's just about 7 people. We were all initiated by Bob Rodney in Marbella because when they went, quickly, so they jumped. There was two sisters, which was kind of, they had, one had two children, the other one, both of them had two children. And then I had an elderly lady named, we call her Mother Henry. She got baptized in a place called Tunapuna, right? By a lady called Mother Sutherland, up in a place called Fairley Street. I don't think that place exists anymore, right? As a spiritual house. Right? That was one of the oldest spiritual Baptists. And it kind of like, some people call the place a Shango Baptist, the sort of crossing between two spiritualities, So she was in it, and we all of us were initiated in the house, and many people have passed through that house. Many of the elders in Barbados today, people that got 20 years. Understand? Had passed through the house. And it was there for a year. Even if they were for 1 day or 2 days, they had passed through the house. So it served the community well back in those days. That was like in the early 90s and thing. It served the community well. I can remember one time a guy came to me and he told me, you're a young boy up here. He said, well, I don't Orisha work. So he said, I asked him, where's Orisha work? Just playing around, for just funny. I said, man, don't pull shark or something, that. Man, you know what we're talking about. Anyhow, we settled down, right? We settled down, we started to talk. Because we went to the same school that I went to, We talking, and then he told me, when you're in this tradition, you got to pass, you got to do something, right? He told me, man, look, I would like you to teach us some songs, just songs. So I that is something I really rush to do, right? I rush to do it. So, well, let me lay down on that. And I said, well, yeah, man, come, And I pass on some songs to them. God, I cannot be part of a tradition and got in my bedroom and expect it to grow, and it's just 7 people doing it. Although people from the communities to come when we got Thanksgiving and things, you'll be surprised. I saw many people coming to Egbe when they sing Ogun Orisha. People I never see. I said, fella, come here. Well, the doors weren't closed. I can remember a time we had a and this guy, I got to hold the door. This is at my house, this is in a church. So this guy was at the door and he cursing and this is Obi and all that, and paying the money, right? And everybody getting a confrontation, right? But then you had them. So and a big Obi man, but nevertheless, and an Obi man at all. So nevertheless, I got a door and blah blah blah. So I went back doing officiating, So when after about 50 minutes, I look round, I see the man in the door inside sitting down in a chair, sleeping. I ain't want to go into that right? So maybe went on over 2 hours. When we finished, I tapped him on the shoulder and said, man, things done, we done, man. We just see him. Tell him I'll go in the kitchen and get some food. But there is so many people pass through there. So many pass through Egbe, Unisino, Gono, Richard. So many people, I said thousands, but most people who had affiliation with Orisha over 20 years spent at least 1 day there. So I don't want to do over anything. I know that I have completed, I know what I was given to do. I can say everything complete yet. But I know Egbe, Unising, Ogun, Orisha have made a contribution to Barbados as far as Orisha is concerned, as far as that, right? And you can't do more than you were given to do. If I tell you to peel 5 bananas, you want peel 10, but you would give me 5, peel these 5 bananas. You understand? But what I'm saying, right, I want persons, well, the younger people, right, just be serious. Just be serious about the tradition. Be serious about it. Don't spend too long, flirting around and want to ask a lot of questions and things. If you belong to this religion, right? Look, I did.
I believe you gotta wrap up. You gotta wrap up.
Oh yeah, I did an ancestral. I did an ancestral. What you call it? Yeah, tracing, right? And when it came out, it tell me that I am about the greatest percentage of me is Dahomey. And in Trinidad, a great percentage of the tradition, people in the tradition come from Dahomey. A lot of the rituals in Trinidad are from Dahomey. Not really from Ilefe, but the origin is not only in Ilefe, it is in Dahomey too, on the border. And if most likely, when you see persons manifesting and things, it's the lineage. It don't left the lineage, and you're always drawn back to it, even if it's 100 years from now. Now you will, whoever that is drawn, it come back to you. So, as I say, I am open to any questions that any person want to ask me. I'm open to it. I'm not going to get into a lot of the intricacies, proselytes, not that. So thank you very much.
Give thanks, Agba. And I wanted to have Agba here for this because I wanted to have a permanent record of precisely what he was saying in terms of being first Orisha house. Pindans would have been drumming at the house very often for the feast, and it would have been our first introduction to actually drumming in Orisha feast at the time. And but it also points to the fact that, when we talk about, we may be, at this stage, we may be beginning to take for granted that African traditional spirituality is prevalent and accepted somewhat in Barbados. But it wasn't that long ago when, nobody didn't even know the word Orisha, even amongst the spiritual Baptists. Did not even know, quite apart from Sangoma or Dagara and the other traditions that have been represented here in the last 2 days. And so sometimes it's hard to grasp how much distance we've covered in the time, and also forget how difficult it was not too long ago. But tomorrow we'll be confronting the freedom to practice and the issues that we had in practicing. So Burton, is Burton back as yet? Because when we left off, give thanks, Agba, for your personal history and journey. And is Burton still with us online?
Yes, I am here.
Yes. So Burton, when we went to Agba, you wanted to say something. I'm not sure if it was a comment or a question.
My phone discharged, so I had to take time to get it back on. But I wanted Agba to talk first at any rate. And I know how important he is to the history of, and in terms of in terms of elders who are represented here. I mean, yes, Janik. Yes, Janik. I'm going to call your name. We are one is elders by age and one is elders by initiation. So Janik is an elder, even though she's just out of her teens. And I make a joke with her that I say she's my pastor. Okay, she is my ear, but she's my pastor. Yeah, I'm glad how things worked out, that I would share a panel with Agba and Janik, and also to meet this very gifted young lady walking the path. How you pronounce her name? Makushi? Yeah,
Makosi.
Makosi walking the path. So it's an honor. I think the future of the tradition in Barbados is bright. You know, you begin how you go, and if you began with Agba, you're all going good. And also hearing people in the tradition here, actually, because the situation in Barbados is still one of a certain, it's still not a comfortable position for the tradition here. You've had this history of negativity directed with it, but in a way, I can say it has served you all well in that I'm getting a level of commitment from you all and focus and seriousness. So I would like some of you all to come over to Trinidad. So some of that seriousness and focus will rub off on us. You know, I would like for us to have some of those exchanges. So I'm in touch with Derek a lot these days. So I'm looking forward to that happening. I want to close by saying something about this story, you know. About this story. I have had an experience with a story, and I think illustrates how stories can work in Orisha and coming out of Ifa and the likes. It's a very interesting experience. I was talking to a good friend of mine, an associate, who Janik knows. He's a very advanced esotericist. So she might even know who I am, who I'm talking about now. Very advanced esotericist. In different ways, he was initiated in Africa to Ifa. So we're talking about someone who knows what, he knows things, I could say, he knows things. And I was telling him of something that I was exposed to. I read a little bit of a chant coming out of Haiti. And the chant said, Ogun has nothing to eat because of a pretty girl. Ogun gives his money to the pretty girl. Ogun has nothing to eat because of a pretty girl, you know. Okay, I kind of related to Ogun's position coming out of a Haitian chant, you know. And I told my friend that, about that Haitian chant, and my friend told me, an African Babalawo gave him a story, and the African Babalawo told him that when man and woman was coming to earth, man, he ready to rumble, he ready to line, right? So he does have no change of clothes, maybe a pair of underwear and a toothbrush. He ready to roll, he going to earth, right? But woman, right? I'm going to this story, right? Woman packing, right? So she packing clothes and jewelry and all her stuff. So the woman looks at the man and says, hey, your hand swinging. Here, hold some clothes. Yeah, hold some jewelry. Yeah, hold some money. You hold this. Come to earth with me, right? So when woman and man come to earth, man have to now give back to woman what woman gave him to hold when he came to earth, right? That's the story the Baba told me. Man had to give back to woman what she gave him to hold when they come to earth,
I think that.
Ogun has nothing to eat because of the pretty girl,
Yeah, that story is absolutely true.
Political correctness.
On behalf of the Men's Council.
Yeah.
And the women are nodding their heads, Burton.
Okay, thank you. Yeah.
Because I think you revealed the secret.
Yeah. You was wondering why, Yeah.
All right, so we have about 10 minutes left or so. So I could probably get some final words from everyone, and then maybe a closing prayer with Agba at the end. So we go with the youngest first. So I'll speak. So we go with Makosi first.
Yes, my final words are actually a story that is And we actually do have storytellers in our tradition. It's just that I haven't met a whole lot. But they write books, and all the stories are in the books, you know, stories from the beginning of time and about our cosmology and all of that. So this one is from one of my teachers. She just wrote a book called Izintunya, and her name is Sangoma Nene. This story says there was a girl who lived beside a river that sang. Every morning the river sang her name, not the name her parents gave her, name that existed before her parents, the name the water knew. The girl would wait before dawn, walk to the bank and listen. The river would sing, the girl would know things. Know where the lost goat wandered, know when the rain was coming, know which route her grandmother needed for the sick child, 2 homesteads away. The village said she's gifted. The village said the river speaks through her. The village said, protect this one. Then the men came. They wore a long cloth and carried a book. They said the river is a demon. The voice you hear is Satan. The knowing is witchcraft. You must stop going to the river. But the girl could not stop because the river sang whether she went or not. It sang inside her chest. She was far from the bank. It sang in her sleep. It sang louder, and the more she tried to ignore it. So it said, you must swallow the river. Take its voice inside you where nobody can hear it. Swallow it so deep that even you forget it sings. And the girl, because she was young and the men spoke with the authority of God, and her parents were afraid, swallowed the river. She opened her mouth and she drank, not the water, the sound. She pulled the frequency inside her body and sealed her lips. And the river outside went silent. And the village said, she's cured, she's normal now, she's safe. But inside her body, the river did not die. It pooled, it gathered, it pressed against her ribs, filled her chest until she could not breathe fully. It backed up in her throat until she could not speak clearly. It flooded her womb until nothing could grow there. It rose to her crown until her head ached constantly. The girl grew into a woman. She went to church. She married. She bore no children. She suffered migraines. She whispered when she would have shouted. She wept without reason. She was diagnosed with anxiety, depression, infertility. She was medicated, counseled, prayed over, nothing shifted. Because the river was still inside her, still singing, still calling the name that existed before her parents, still trying to tell her things, still pressing against every wall she had built to contain it. And one night, she was 43, the river broke the wall. She woke up at 3 a.m. and her chest cracked open, not physically, but she felt it. The seal broke. The sound poured out of her mouth. Before she could stop it, she sang. Words she did not know, a melody she had never learned, the name the water knew. Her husband woke terrified. He called the pastor. The pastor came and prayed. Bound and rebuked, the river did not stop. The pastor called the elders. The elders came with oil, scripture, and authority. The river did not stop. Because you cannot rebuke the river, you can only dam it or release it. The woman walked out of her house in her nightdress at 4 a.m. She walked to the river bank she had not visited in 30 years and opened her mouth, and she let the river out. The river returned to its bed and it sang, and she heard and she knew. Everything she was supposed to know, everything the 30 years of silence had held back, everything the village needed her to carry. She never went back to church. She never took the medication again. She conceived within a year, not because the river was magic, because the river was her. The part of her that the men had told her to swallow. The frequency that was never demonic, the sound that was always source. You cannot swallow the river forever. You can only delay the flood. To close that.
Ashe. Ashe.
Thank you very much. Thank you for that. And that was our apropos discussion about knowing and understanding and embodying. And that was a beautiful story. We go to Janique before Burton. Burton, I have a very specific question. I know a member of the audience here wants me to ask you. So after Janique, I'll ask you, and then we'll.
Okay.
All right. I think my closing words are going to try to draw some threads, and because I'm hearing that there are a lot of people who might be tuning in or listening in who are not of and within any of the ancient traditions. The first thing is that there are many branches on this tree. Yeah, we have our sister from Sangoma, I from the Forisha practices, and I'm hearing others that would have been throughout the process, but there are a number of them, of course, the Voodoo from Haiti, the Candomblé in Brazil, the Santeria in Cuba, the Winti. I mean, the list is long. So there is no monolith, there's no one way to connect with African spirituality, with ancestral power. There are multiple rivers that lead to the ocean, right? I think that's a really important point. Despite there may be a prevalence of the Yoruba system in conversations, right? I think it's also really important to recognize that we are in, as with the whale and its movement, in a momentum space right now. There is a lot of growth, not just in numbers of people being interested, being initiated. I saw somebody asking in the what do you call it, the question segment in the comments, how does one get initiated? I get that all the time. Curiosity is growing not just within the Caribbean or within the region, but around the world. I say this having just come off of a conference in Europe. And the questions and the queries, it's all there. At the same time, I think we have to be, I would encourage us to be clear-minded in decisions, and I would encourage us to consult when making major decisions, especially for communities, as well as for ourselves as individuals, but especially for communities. I think it's important that we study the history, don't just take the hearsay, that we study the history so that the whole Sankofa concept, we move forward with a sense of clarity and security and power. It's also important that we work like this, fora like this, meetings, greetings, communities, that we work together. I don't know how many people know of the Pataki of the two-faced issue. I'm not going to take the time to tell it now, but essentially it is a reminder that we can have different perspectives, even apparently oppositional perspectives, but they can still both be true. So if we come from respect, if we start with a position of respect, one to the other, we'd always be able to find a way for us to work together, because our power is in our unity, despite the multiple rivers that lead to the ocean. Yeah, I look forward to the continuing momentum, the movement. Everybody knows how to get in contact with me. If not, find Burton Sankarali, find them, Mr. Derek Murray. And let's keep the ball moving. These are the conversations we need as we continue to educate our people and chart our path. Thank you for having me. It was a pleasure and an honor.
Give thanks, Johnny. Give thanks. I should tell you that, to get Johnny on in this forum, somebody just miss and mentioned Symposium African Spirituality, and before the words were even done, she said, I'm there. So give thanks for that support. And also, I think you allowed me to segue to the question that I have for Burton, when you spoke about, different perspectives having truth, because that could take us into deep philosophical waters about perspectivism and so on. Which brings us to Burton. As a philosopher, Burton, I want you to put on your philosopher's hat. And I'm going to ask the question. I'm going to ask the question in a technical way because the person, this is, I'm asking this on behalf of Adrian Green in the audience. It has to do with truth and objective reality. So, having spent 2 days talking about manifestations and spirits and divination and so on and so forth, when a physicist or Western scientist or Western philosopher says to you that we consider these traditions invalid because we have no way of demonstrating the ontological objective reality, and that goes for the methods of truth making and epistemologies as well. In other words, in layman's language, all this divination business, all this dreaming business, all this manifestation spirit business is mostly foolishness, doesn't exist. Philosophically, what would be your response to that?
Okay. Well, I could say the same thing about science. Now, I am not a postmodernist that says that there is no ultimate truth and that everything is everything, right? But I do hold on to the view that what we call science and objectivity, or what is called science and objectivity in the West, I believe is just another mythic construction. And what is myth? Myth are the stories and the worldview of how people see reality, right? Your myths explain reality to you. And as I heard an elder say years ago, the system either works or it doesn't. If the system did not work, we would not have had it here today, right? African spirituality, like Western science, one thing they have in common, they have that pragmatism to it, although in different ways, right? It either works or it doesn't. It's here, it works for people, it has worked for people since time immemorial. And Western science is itself a mythic construction that came out of certain historical cultural conditions in Europe, or in what we now call Europe, another mythic construction, in what we now call Europe, basically 500 years ago. I mean, I've written philosophically on it. I can give you material on it, but, so that's one problem we have. And that's one problem, say, I will have even with anthropology and social science in talking about our traditions. Because of a certain crisis in Western philosophy that happened centuries ago in its origins, we have an academic tradition now that cannot have a simple metaphysical discussion that our children could have, right? Very often it can't do that. But it's another mythic construction, and the system either works or it doesn't. Is science and technology the Western version working for us? Science seems to be able to answer all the important questions. Sorry, let me rephrase that. Science seems to be able to answer all the questions except the important ones, like what is love? What is justice? Those are the important questions, right? Our traditions have answers to those things. Science, what does science tell us about love and justice? It's like, it's a mythology with severe limitations and a very restricted understanding of what truth is. That's my highfalutin philosophical answer to the challenge of Western science. It's something I've written a fair amount of if you want the references. I think the challenge is for how we define our truth. And again, I'm not a postmodernist. Different traditions have truth. The truths, but truth is not anything and anything. Different traditions have truth. I will say, however, that the West has a certain model of logic, going back to Aristotle, where truth is put in a box. In philosophical terms, they say it's the principle of identity. Something is what it is. The principle of non-contradiction. A cannot be not A. And the principle of the excluded middle. Something must either be A or not A. Western logic puts truth into boxes. Our traditions do not, right? In Hinduism and Buddhism, they have an approach to truth where it's not A or B, but it's A or B, A and B, both on it's A, it's B, it's A or B, A and B, or neither A nor B, right? That's how their logic works different, and it works. It works, right? So often we function with very restrictive notions that the West tells us is true and is common sense. But common sense is a mythic invention, and we know it works because we are here. We shall fulfill our traditional rights, right? Because it works. It works, right?
Give thanks for that
Sorry to be so
answer.
philosophical, but it was put into those kind of
Well, no, I did ask a philosophical question, and I asked that on specifically on behalf of our treasured poet and philosopher and cultural thinker, intellectual, Adrian Green. And I can assure you that that answer will only partially satisfy him for now. So I'm going to introduce him to the Pachamama forum that we have. So
Okay,
that
good.
Yeah, I'm gonna introduce him to the Pachamama Philosophy Forum.
I can also send him on who's interested a link where I've written on this topic. Yeah.
Yes, yes.
Yeah.
But so to be fair to you, I'll give you your final words, and then we'll go to Agba.
Well, I think I've spoken enough. I told you how I see what's happening in Barbados as very promising. And I really look forward to Trinidad and Barbados, maybe collaborating more on that. I think it's very promising, and I think it was a marvelous discussion. I'm very happy to have been placed into this discussion, and our power is very much in the networks we make, in the relationships we make. Right, it's community. I say if we're not building community, we could stay at home. I could be drinking punching rum at a rum shop in Trinidad right now, if I'm not building community, right? So we're building community. Ashe.
Ache, give thanks. And so the final word to Agba and prayer.
Lafayette Burton. Just to say that Burton and I go back a long way, We're from the same house in Trinidad.
Yes.
Rodney. Yeah, Ball Rodney in Marbella. I'm his elder. I just joking, That's just a joke, but it is true.
You must be younger than me, but okay, yes.
Yeah, so it's nice to see you again, live and live in color. Something. Okay, I'm just going to say, I'm just going to do a call it invocation there, to close off this session. Ikuo gele de bauro je ajaramio. Ikuo rimole. Isole ni bole baba. Ikuo are mio. Ikuala wala miso. Ekunala malamiso. Ikuo koreleo. Egunala wala miso. Gangan baloku. Gangan jubaloku. Gangan baloku. Gangan jubaloku. Gunde majuba. Timbale. Aye, gunde majuba. Timbale. Ashe. Those songs for the ancestors. And we close with them. We start with them and close with them. Okay, thanks a lot.
Give thanks. Agba Ache, give thanks to everyone. I want to thank all of the speakers, all of the participants, all of the audience online and in person here. our technical operators. Give thanks to everyone. And tomorrow we continue this discussion. Tomorrow is going to be a little bit more controversial because we're going to be looking at ancestral communion and national monuments, how the state either works with or subverts things like burial grounds and sacred sites and so on when they're engaging in the political work and monument making. And then we look at freedom to practice, where we have out of Trinidad again, Hazel Ann Gibbs de Pisa, Reverend Hazel Ann Gibbs de Pisa, well, Dr. Hazel Ann Gibbs de Pisa, and she'll speak about the spiritual Baptist journey and challenges, along with a young lady, Christina Smith, and she'll show clips on spiritual Baptist in St. Vincent and so on. And then we finish with a round table on some of the contemporary challenges with a Ghanaian elder, Professor Kofi, and other panelists. So we'll finish off by looking at the challenges that we have today. So thank you all very much. I will see you tomorrow if you can make it. If not, you have no excuse. Just go to the website and hit live. All right. Travel safely.